again. I hope this is working. Oh my god, I don't even know what is happening. Like, you know, I don't stream a lot. And then the one time that I do try to stream, it's like not working. Okay, this looks fine. We were fine for 4 minutes earlier, so let's see if we can do it a little bit longer than that. I exited out of Twitch. I don't know why. I'm a dum-dum. Manage my stream, make sure that I'm live, make sure that I'm here. I'll restart. Is this working? Are we live? What is happening? Good. Okay, so I think this is working. I hope this is. But the half-naked man, you like it, don't lie. He's a sexy guy, alright? What do you want? What do you want from me? I gotta have some sexy guys in my group. He kind of looks short, doesn't he? He looks kind of short. Yeah. Okay, so I hope this is working. I hope... I don't know. I think so my internet was fine. My internet was fine. I don't know what happened. I think Streamlabs crapped out on me because it was both YouTube and Twitch. And I'm pretty sure it was Streamlabs just deciding like, hey, let's just crash. Or let's not crash, but let's completely disconnect everything you're doing for no reason. It was really annoying. I didn't lose any frames either, which was kind of weird because the only way that I know that it's my internet when I'm losing frames, but I didn't lose a single frame. So there was something else that completely just like crashed on me. So anywho, hello everyone. Hi Mish King, I hope you're doing well. I'm sorry to hear about your car, or your family's car or whatever. Anywho, so Reforged is coming out on Wednesday. So today I want to do some Guild Wars 2, and then tomorrow I want to do some Guild Wars 1, and then Wednesday we're gonna do Reforged with a bunch of people. I'll be in Discord. We'll be hanging out. We'll be doing you know, we'll start new characters. We'll play through the whole thing. Is YouTube still not working? Okay, no, it looks like it's working. It says live, so it looks like I'm fine. I just want to make sure that it's working, so. But anyways, I hope you guys are doing well. So first of all, a couple of things. Thank you so much. So my video from last week, I'm gonna figure that out. We discussed everything. Christmas gift, which is what I wanted it to be anyways. Oh, that's cool. Well, I like that. That's pretty awesome. I convinced them because it's $30 using your pass with, I think, like 6 deaths for 60 or more. Yeah, so you're figuring like $20 plus $10 for the expansion, right? We don't know. Do we know the price of the expansion yet? Have they revealed like what it's gonna cost? Eye of the North. Have they talked about that? It kind of sucks because like I feel like, you know, this update is about to drop and they haven't. They're like, oh yeah, it'll be a lowered price. Okay, can you tell us how much before the thing comes out? Like, it should just be free. I mean, I agree with you 100%. I think it should be free 100%, but it's not. So I'm like, okay, you guys want us to pay money for it, but then at least tell us how much it's gonna be. You know, I don't know. I mean, I you know, even just like if they lower to like $5 or something, I mean, it's just, you know, something. Because I don't know. Anyways, I think it should be included in all of that, but you know what? Maybe eventually. Even one-day pre-order. I mean, it's not even about the pre-order, but it's about people like, you know, they want to know, they want to plan, right? They like, you know, if I'm buying this for someone else, I want to know how much money I'm going to be needing to buy this for someone or whatever, you know? It's like, I don't know. It just makes no sense to me that they wouldn't, like, they make a big announcement. And the thing is, we all know that they know the price, right? Like, we know the price that they're doing. Is my sharpen on? My sharpen was on. Was it on or did it just activate? Because it didn't look sharpen. So it's just kind of silly, right? Like, put it on the store already, but not available, right? Or at least just, you know, release like a post on X and just say, hey, it's, you know, people will spread that information. Like, hey, Reforged is coming out in a couple of days. It'll be $20 for the campaigns, and we're lowering the expansion price to $10 or whatever, right? Like $9.99 or whatever, right? So at least people know. So you know, but it's just sometimes I really think that ArenaNet is one of the most disorganized companies I've ever. I don't know. Sometimes they just like do things, and I'm like, I don't understand why you guys do things the way you do it. But hey, you know what? I don't know. I don't run a company. I don't have a company, so I don't really care. Anywho, Guild Wars and students cover their Guild Wars soon. They bury the original. That's so weird. Well, it probably is based on popularity, and since no one has been buying it yet, I guess they're all waiting for the reduced price. I guess that's why it's not popular. It's probably based on popularity, right? When you search for it. So first of all, thank you guys so much for the support. So I kind of wanted to start with that. The video that I released last week, which was kind of the class overview, is like probably up until like, you know, in certain terms, it is my most successful video I've ever made on my channel, which is amazing. I am up to almost 12,000 views on it. It has almost 400 likes. It has 124 comments, which half of those are mine because I've been answering every single comment on there. So 60 comments or whatever on there. But it's been amazing. I mean, it's been like insane. The reception for that video. A lot of positivity. There's a couple of people that were kind of not necessarily negative, but they kind of questioned the idea of like what Reforged is really all about and like what the hype is all about. And to me, you know, and it's something that I want to reiterate, that I want to kind of put out there. It's not necessarily like, oh my god, Reforged is like the next best thing, right? Like it's not about Reforged itself, right? But it's about the idea that they're looking to, you know, liven up the game a little bit, right? Like, you guys have no idea. I went into pre-searing Ascalon earlier today, and I started doing the quest, the daily that you get, the whatever that's called, right? Legendary Defender, like the quest that you get from Langmar. And there was so many people doing this quest. There were so many people. I've never, like, I don't think it's been over a decade since I've seen that many people in pre-searing Ascalon, like just actively playing. Not just like, because I've seen people hanging out in pre-searing Ascalon, because that's usually what people do, right? They have level 20 characters, they've already achieved all the things they want to do, so they kind of hang out and talk to people there, right? But it's literally like actively playing. There was just like people moving around and doing stuff and whatever, and it was just like insane. I was like, this is what Reforged is about. Reforged isn't about the updates that are coming, but Reforged is about bringing people back into the game and having building a community, right? And like maybe really showing ArenaNet that like, hey, if you give us support like for the game, like we're gonna support you by purchasing whatever you're releasing, or by by doing whatever it is you need for us to, like, for you to continue doing updates for the game or whatever, you know? Must be your end. Yeah, I think mine are fine. Constantly, YouTube kicks me out of live constantly, so I have to like update that. But yeah, I look fine, so it must be on your end. Well, thank you. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't even that it was a good video, but it was really just about the idea that, I you know, and that's the thing is like, you know, people didn't, I don't know, it's so strange to me because it's like, I didn't make that video, right? We discussed this like 2 weeks ago. You know, that video wasn't necessarily about, you know, like I'm not trying to like, oh, you know, overhype this just so that I get the views and I get the cloud or whatever, right? Like that's not what that was about, right? To me, it was genuine excitement that a game that I've enjoyed for many thousands of hours is now getting like revived in a way, right? Like that it's now getting attention again. And that was something that was it's so exciting to me that there's people jumping back into the game, even if it is the exact same game, right? Like even if they said, hey, we're doing the Reforged, but there's no updates in any shape or form, but people are jumping back into it, I'd just be excited. You know, there's a little bit of excitement and a little bit of optimism that I have for future updates. I'm hoping for like quality of life stuff. They've been hinting at things on social media where they're saying that there's other things that they're going to be announcing or other things that they're going to be, I'm guessing it's going to be quality of life stuff. I don't think it's going to be anything major, but I think that they're kind of on a roll right now, and I think they want to like increase the updates that they're doing, and they're going to be, you know, I will tell you guys, they did ask us partners on like what kind of features we like, quality of life improvements or what other little things they could improve here and there, and there was a lot of feedback from a lot of partners, a lot of really good things. Like I said, my biggest one was like the auto loot of money, of gold. That was like kind of my contribution, because I was like, that's one of the things that kind of bugs me the most, because it interrupts my game loop so much, because I have to constantly pick up money everywhere and stuff, and it's just kind of annoying. So I'd like that to go into my inventory. But other than that, I didn't really, because there was all the ideas that I kind of had were already like put out there. So it was just like whatever, you know. But to me, it's just, like I said, I'm just really, really, really excited that we're getting the like that Guild Wars 1 is getting the attention that it deserves. That's the interesting thing to me, right? There's so many games, like there's people that still play World of Warcraft, right? And World of Warcraft is still getting updates, and it's from the same year, right, that Guild Wars 2 released, or Guild Wars 1 released, I'm sorry. And so I'm like, why can't Guild Wars 1 get that same attention? You know, if they can get people to sit there and make give it some updates and do some things on it, then it should be getting just as much attention as like World of Warcraft and stuff, you know. So it's funny, the one Reforged feature I'm most excited about is a feature they don't really even talk about in the trailer, linking Reforged to my Guild Wars 2 Steam account. That, I mean, that's really cool. I think quality of life stuff can do a lot. So if you just that for a certain time, blah 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 blah. So if it's just that for some time, I'm fine with it. Yes, I agree. I think there doesn't need to be, like, obviously I would want a new expansion, new content, new quests, Nightfall Beyond, like whatever else, right? Like new pre-searing stuff, you know, maybe linking the, you know, we talked about this a lot, where you can, you know, maybe have pre-searing with the other 4 classes that are only available through like factions and Nightfall and stuff, like, you know, those things. Obviously I would love that a lot, you know, but I think just quality of life stuff would be, you know, immense. Maybe, you know, more in the graphics side of stuff, you know, if they can do more of that. The controller support and Steam Deck support, I think those are huge for a lot of people, because I think Guild Wars 1 is one of those games that maybe people don't necessarily want to have as their main game, but if you give people the opportunity of just like, oh, I can just play this on the go while I'm like, you know, on the train or in a bus, or, you know, I'm going here, I'm riding there, I'm hanging around here, or, you know, I don't have access to a computer or whatever, right? Like, I think a lot of people would be inclined to play that because it's just so much fun. So giving the avenue of more people going in and playing the game is just really, really cool to me. So yeah, I don't know. I'm very excited to I don't know. I'm just very excited for all the stuff that's going on with Guild Wars 1 and Guild Wars 2. Because the thing with Guild Wars 2 is, you know, the games were always, one thing that I feel like a lot of people are kind of missing is that the games build off of each other in very interesting ways, right? Because a lot of people are always like, oh, Guild Wars 1 is better than Guild Wars 2. Guild Wars 2 is better than Guild Wars 1. See, the point that people are missing is that they're very different games from each other. Yes, they take place in the same world. They're based on the same lore. You know, they're just 250 years apart. But when it comes to actually playing the games, they're very, very different games, right? Like Guild Wars 2 is so much different than Guild Wars 1, which is fantastic because, you know, you can earn rewards in Guild Wars through playing Guild Wars 1, so that already connects it. But it's also that there's such different games that you can enjoy the same world and the same kind of lore and the same like history in a way and the same, you know, universe, right? But with like two completely different games, and that's so cool, right? Like it's the same when you look at something like God, I don't have like a really good I don't have a good example. The one that's coming to my mind right now is Halo. Okay, so Halo has the main line games, right? But then they released like Halo Wars, and I know it's probably a terrible example, but you know, Halo Wars being like a strategy game where you have like, you know, you move around units and whatever, right? And that was kind of the thing about Halo Wars, right? And they released, I think, Halo Wars 1 and 2 or whatever, but it was like, you know, it's a different game in the same universe, okay? So it's kind of enjoying the same kind of lore and history and whatever, right? And species and characters and whatever, you know, the same ideas and whatever, but they're just so different games. So it almost expands the way that you can enjoy that same world. And I think that's how people need to look at it. People need to look at it in the sense of like, hey, these are two different games that play very, very differently, but you can enjoy them for what they are, you know, and just get like this expanded universe thing kind of going on, you know? So I don't know, but that's kind of how I feel about all of that. Anyways, today I wanted to just do something a little bit simpler. I want to go in. I still hate that I have this giant TV up here because I can barely see anything on it. So let's just jump into it. We're gonna do Survivor Challenge. I'm not gonna put the rules up because they're just outdated and I haven't looked at them and no one reads them ever anyways. So there's no reason. People call me blasphemic, but I really think Blizzard did an RTS with Diablo. It would be perfect. Even have the 3 factions set up in the lore, Nephilim, Angels, Demons. They could do that, right? I think, I don't think I would be against that. Honestly, I don't think that that's a bad idea, but the thing is, you know, one thing that you need to realize, or I think, I mean, I'm sure you realize that, but that people in general need to realize is, it is so popular now to just hate on good ideas, right? Like it's more popular to be negative about a thing than to be positive about a thing, right? Because the negativity is what, like, there's like, you know, if I think about the YouTube space, for example. Oh my god, see, this challenge is getting kind of tough. What level am I? 23. Oh, I went down here. Oh my god, they're attacking me so much. Holy shit. Gotta run away. Gotta run away. Ah. Oh my god, it's an army. Mainly there's a debate. It's not the same team anymore. Fuck any of your good ideas, they'll just blow it. And I get the sentiment, but I can spitball and speculate and have fun. Well, it's not even about that, but it's like, you know, the problem is, the problem doesn't lie with the idea itself. The problem lies that we're not holding those same companies accountable, right? Like, Guild Wars 4, or Guild Wars 4, Jesus, oh my god. Diablo 4 was not a good game. Like, I didn't enjoy it. I don't think it was very good, right? But it probably sold like a shit ton just because of the name Diablo. You know what I mean? But we need to hold companies accountable anymore. Like the people aren't doing that anymore, right? Because they're pretty much protected now by like shareholders. As long as they get the numbers and they don't give a shit the kind of game that they're releasing. And I think that that's going to be like a video game bubble that's going to pop at some point in time, where I think the problem is just that companies are slowly but surely, I think this is a mass realization that's happening, is that companies are going to be held accountable more for the stuff that they do. And so, you know, like, they're going to have to go with ideas that are popular with the people, right? And it's just that people want. I don't know. It's just, I can't really articulate what I'm trying to say, but I don't know. I just think that it's such a weird time right now. Like, that's why I'm such a fan of ArenaNet right now. Right now, like, there was a time where I was not a fan of ArenaNet. I can tell you that. There was a time where I was like, oh my god, ArenaNet, good luck. Oh my god, this run might be over. This run is probably over, actually, in fact. I shouldn't have come down here. Like, I haven't done this in so long. Okay, maybe I can do this. Maybe I can do this. And I'm done. Alright, well, that was the end of that run. That's fine. We haven't done this run in a while anyway, so... That was really stupid anyways. I shouldn't do Norn. Norn is not good. Human is so much better. It's just so much better. Just the way that the flow of everything is, it's just so much better for this. What do you want from me? Login? Okay. I can't have any of that, so... Oh, did I delete the bags? I don't think I had any bags. No, I don't think so. I'm pretty sure I make sure that I don't have any items that I need in there.
We're under attack.
Alright. Let's redo all that. Yeah, I think the problem with Norn is just that I run out of XP really fast. Really early on. These same people love Diablo Immortal more than Diablo 4, and I say both are garbage. Really, I mean, I don't know about Immortal. I just know that Diablo 4 was just, it wasn't interesting. It wasn't interesting. I really didn't like the way the class progression. Really, everything felt so generic, and nothing really felt impactful. I didn't really like the powers. I feel like they didn't try anything new. So it like all the classes to me felt like worse version of Diablo 3, if I'm honest. There were certain things that they did with like gear where now you could have like legendary in all slots, and I kind of like that idea, because I always hated only having like one legendary, like able to only wear one legendary. I always thought that was so weird in Diablo 3, but
It's huge.
but yeah, I don't know. There's just like a lot of things that I just like. Deleted infinite harvesting tools and level 10 cores and characters on accident. Kind of wish internet auto bank shit like that. Yeah, well, I hope you contacted support, because usually they recover that stuff for you. They improved some stuff with the expansion. And like the great voice personalities. Yeah, I liked some of the characters. I think the characters were good and stuff like that. But I wasn't like huge on the world. Like it's kind of weird because the world was really small, but they made it sound like it was this big world. But they didn't really make it feel big, and it was very like I was like, this is kind of weird. I don't know if I like this very much, you know. So I don't know. It was just one of those things that I didn't enjoy, but I didn't play the expansion, so I honestly, I'm gonna be honest with you, I only bought Diablo 4 when it was like half off. And because I've swore to myself that I will give Blizzard not full price. Like, I wasn't gonna spend $70 on Diablo 4. There's absolutely no way I would ever pay that kind of money to Blizzard anymore. Like, that is not a thing I'm gonna do ever again. And so, And so, you know, that's kind of like, so when the expansion came out, you know, I was just like, yeah, no, I'm not even gonna bother with it, because I wasn't impressed by the core game. So I was just like, I don't care what they do with the expansion. I don't really care to buy this. Like, I lost interest for the game within about 2 weeks of playing it. And that's not how that was. With Diablo 3, I was like, man, I wanted to like make new characters and blah, blah. But anytime I tried to make a new character, I was like, this feels dumb. Like, everything about that game felt dumb to me. And I was like, you know what? I'm done with that. After getting the concept of what Diablo could have been, I'm more upset about it. They were going to make it first person, third person like Skyrim Oblivion. Remnants of that exist in the first ever Berserker crawling through crawl spaces to get to another zone. But they quickly scrapped those ideas and make it into semi-MMO. Yeah, that was also weird. Because it's like the world wasn't big enough to really have it as an MMO, and then the MMO elements felt really, really weird. That's the thing, is like, you know, Guild Wars 1 has such an interesting system, and I talked about this all the time, like the world bosses and the events. You know, the event system, I think, is one of the best inventions in the MMO space, period. I think the way that dynamic events work in Guild Wars 2 are the best invention in all of in the entire MMO space, in my opinion. And no game has ever been, no company has been ever able to replicate it for their game. And so Diablo wanted to have these like world bosses, but it was just like, you have like the same world boss over and over again, and it was just, it really felt like it wasn't really catered. They couldn't really figure out how to make it work. Like, it was just, you know, if you weren't like max level, you weren't really like, you're gonna die really quickly and stuff. I don't know, like with the dynamic leveling system that Guild Wars has, it's just so much better. So I don't know, it was dumb. I hated it. I'm gonna be honest, I was not a fan of it. I bought it, I played it for about, like I said, probably a month. I want to say, like, after 2 weeks I kind of lost interest, and I jumped in back in a couple of times, but after that so, and I'm you know, one thing that I'm extremely happy about is that I did not pay full price for the game, because I know that if I had paid $70 for that game, I would have been incredibly disappointed. I would have been so angry at myself for spending $70 on that game, and so I'm glad I didn't. I'm glad that I spent $35, and I felt like I spent $20 too much. To me, it's a $15 game, because I've played free-to-play games that are better than that shit. But that's just my opinion, and, you know, I mean, if other people love it, I mean, I'm sure there's people playing it every single day, and there's, you know, content creators making videos for it and stuff, and, you know, whatever, and that's fine. But for me personally, nah. Get in there. Is this hard? This hard is done? This hard is done. It doesn't look like it's done. It looks like it's missing a little bit at the top, but I guess it's just... I leveled up. Oh, because I was applying conditions. I was like, how did I level up? I didn't kill anything. It sucks. The devs over in Blizzard are obsessed with the multiplayer mobile world, not understanding that that's not the Diablo audience. Yeah, and it's all about, well, the reason, but that's the thing. Think about the reason why they're obsessed with it, right? And it makes sense, because they're controlled by their shareholders, right? And so they want to make money. If they have a live service game, then they can sell things in the cash shop, right? If they have live events that they can pump out all the time, you know, and have other people, like, the thing is, you don't feel the need to have the nicest, coolest gear if you're the only player in the world with the nicest, coolest gear, right? So, but me running around seeing other characters that are wearing the cool new cash shop items and the, you know, the new wings and the new mask and the new outfit and the new whatever, the new shiny weapon, right? It makes me want to get that stuff because I want to be just as cool as them, right? So it's a driving factor to selling stuff in their cash shop. And so that's why, you know, a company like Blizzard is obsessed with having live service stuff because they know that that shit sells. So there you go. And it's you know, it's kind of sad seeing a company like Blizzard that really made games for the players back in the day to, you know, being what it is now. It's like, oh my god, what? Awful. And that people still buy into that. Like, I cannot believe that people are still subscribing to something like WoW when the company has been doing all these, like, I don't know, I mean, I guess, you know, again, no judgment really, because, you know, I'm being super judgy right now. I guess if you are enjoying the game, then, you know, that's, you know, and you have friends playing it and stuff, I get it, you know. I mean, I guess I shouldn't be judging people based off of that, but I don't know, to me, it's just, yeah, I don't know. It just becomes a little iffy to me, to be honest, so. I just want to make sure that everything is still working. What? The game doesn't have a name yet, but the old devs from Blizzard are making a new ARPG that's going to be completely free to play and has a survival/voxel destruction element to it. Looks neat. I'll have to look up footage and share it sometime if you're not aware. I'm not aware of it, but I don't know what voxel is. What the hell is voxel? I don't know what that is. But yeah, it sounds interesting to me. I just, you know, I'm so happy that there is people like that. You know, I'm really happy that teams like the 2 Weeks team that we've seen now for Guild Wars exists, right? Like, I'm so happy that they're out there, you know, because those companies, you know, they represent the, like, what it means to be really passionate about gaming, you know, because they formed together, like, you know, specifically 2 Weeks. I mean, they formed, and then the first project was immediately working on Guild Wars 1 because, you know, there's why would they want to do that unless they were really passionate about the game and they really cared to, like, bring that game to the forefront. And that's not really about making money because Guild Wars 1 doesn't really make money anymore, right? So, but they didn't care. They were just like, no, we want this. You know, and if they're gonna step away from that at some point and decide that they want to make their own, like, Guild Wars 1, you know, like a Guild Wars 1 clone, which I'm surprised there hasn't been more of that, then that's fine too, you know? But I know that those people, you know, that, I don't know, I feel better about putting money towards companies where I know that I'm like, you know, they're working for they're making the game for the player base, right? And that was something that I kind of, with ArenaNet, that's what I was gonna say earlier, is like, you know, before I died, before the run ended, that's the thing. ArenaNet now is listening to the player base because they're still, you know, yes, they haven't been the best company, and obviously they've made many mistakes, but at its core, you can tell that they still want to make a game that's for the players, you know. And I think they've realized that they've kind of lost their way in that sense, and they want to jump back into, right? Like they're like, you know, we want to get back to making a game, making the game, the one and only one that we're working on right now, for the player base, right? And so, you know, they're like, hey, let's make this expansion, and let's concentrate on doing things that players want, so that we can show them, hey, we're still that company that makes the game
like
that
pain.
you guys have been asking for, right? Like, and I know that for some people it might be, you know, too late now. They might just be like, you know what, I don't care anymore. Like, I've moved on from Guild Wars 2 and it's outdated now and I don't really care. But to me, that just speaks to the future too, right? Because I talked about this too in when did there was a video that I just watched where in my State of the Game video, right, where I talked about like hey, you know, this game is, you know, the people jumping into the game, like, they're questioning, like, hey, am I wasting my time with it because it's a live service game, and, you know, if the company shuts down or if it whatever, blah blah blah, like, do I want to invest my time? And I can confidently say, like, for the future right now for Guild Wars 2 and ArenaNet in general looks really good, because they're really, like I said, with the Reforged update and with all the updates they've been doing to the game, they're focusing on stuff that people have been asking for so long, and that is really good, right? Because that just means that we're gonna get the things that we want in the game that we love. So I think that's really, really good. Walkers just mean the whole world is destructible. To find hidden loot areas, find your own way through the world. Oh, that's cool. I like that a lot. To be honest, I mean, I'm a huge fan of that. To find hidden, to be honest, a modernized Guild Wars 1 type game would be nice. If only the only thing I'd ask for is a separation of modes. Have a single player server and a multiplayer online server, kind of how Torchlight. Well, but that's the thing. That's the genius of Guild Wars 1, is that it's kind of already set up that way, because yes, you have outposts where you can see other people, but all of the explorer areas, all of the missions, everything is instanced anyways, right? Like, that I think that's the genius of it, you know? Like, it's they call it an MMO light. You know what I call Guild Wars 1, and I haven't heard anyone call it that, but I call it a dungeon crawler, because that's what it is at heart, right? Like, it's you have a hub world, which is any of the outposts that you go to, and then you go into the dungeons, which are instance content, and that's like Torchlight, you know, like Path of Exile. Like, it's kind of like that already. Like, Guild Wars 1 was already set up that way. So I think the way that Guild Wars 1 is set up is already fine. I'm okay with it. I don't think that it needs, because you can completely solo that and the entire game. Like 95% of the content you can solo. You don't need other people to play with. And I think that's the beauty of it. And if you want to do stuff, you can have up to, technically, you can have up to 15 other people in your group, because, no, wait, is it 11 other people in your group? Yeah, I just mean most people won't want that, I bet. Get those zeros that always get 3 fewer, 1. I mean, you can just ignore those. Who gives a shit that you're playing alone? Like, you know, I mean, whatever. I don't know. I don't put any merits to that. I would not want a company to bend to people that are grieving online. Like, that's just not, who cares, you know, whatever.
I'm dying here.
Get a life. I don't care. There's always going to be trolls. If it's not that, it's going to be something else that they're going to make, like, that they're going to be assholes about or whatever, you know? That's the thing. No one in Guild Wars 1 can stop you from enjoying the game the way that you wanted to, the way that you want to enjoy it. There's no way that they can stop you from that. Because you can just jump into, you know, whatever you want to do, and it's not gate kept by any other people online. You know what I mean? And that's the beauty of it too. Because there are certain things in Guild Wars 2 that can be like, you know, when it comes to like events and stuff like that, and you know, Guild Wars 2 has like certain systems that could potentially be like grieving in a way. I mean, not really, but you know what? I'm gonna kill all of these bats now. I have decided to do that. Oh, that event just popped. I find some content difficult to solo myself, so I'm gonna get reports and play with y'all. Yeah, and that's the thing. It's like I hope that maybe at some point they're gonna kind of focus on maybe making some of the content more accessible for people. Like even after the many hours that I have played the game, I've never been able to do like a solo underworld run because you need to have like the proper, like I have a proper team setup, but it's just I don't know what it is. I guess there's like a certain like a skill ceiling that I'm hitting, and it's just not, you know. And I get it that it's hard content and stuff like that, but it just would be nice if I could, I don't know, do an underworld run at some point in time. So you know, maybe some balancing, or maybe some more tools that you can use as a solo player or something like that. I don't know. But yeah, I think it's gonna be really fun. There's been like I said earlier, there's been so many people in Guild Wars 1. It is absolutely insane how many people have been playing pre-searing. I logged in earlier today and did the daily quest, and there was just so many people. It was like fantastic. I was like, I have not seen it like this in forever. Like I mean, it's just been crazy. I was like, I cannot believe the amount of people that are doing this quest. And you know, like I said, you see people in pre-searing all the time. They hang out all the time. They have been hanging out for like 20 years now, right? But these were actively playing. Like they were walking around, they were going into the like explorable areas and stuff like that. It's just so good. So good. Very excited. Very exciting stuff. I'm gonna close this. I haven't done my weeklies yet. I was kind of working on those. Actually, I don't know why I'm going this way. I'm gonna go the other way. Die. Went from 300 players back to 1,000. That's kind of nice. I don't know. It's just, you know, the problem. The thing is that, you know, I really hope that they can keep that momentum going. I mean, like I said, they've been hinting at other updates that they're going to be doing, but they really have to kind of keep that momentum going, right? They like really have to keep the momentum for Guild Wars Reforged and just do more, even if it's just little updates and stuff. Just keep going with it, because it's going to be really easy to lose those same players, because many of those players have played that content, and once they kind of play through a lot of that content, they might just, you know, they might not want to play anymore, you know, and so like within a few months they might get bored of it again. You know, obviously that would be very unfortunate if that were to happen, but I just hope that they have an idea as to how to keep the hype kind of going for Guild Wars.
I need backup.
Like I said, I wish they would do a reverse Hall of Monuments. I think that would really help the game.
I hope Shaymore likes a little kick.
A reverse Hall of Monuments would be like just amazing, I think. Mainly because all the people my age that played now have kids, and those kids are playing the games. I mean, yeah, maybe. It's been 20 years, you know, so a lot of things have happened. You know, many people were in high school when Guild Wars 1 came out, and now they're like, you know, adults with families and houses, you know, mortgages and whatever, right? So, they're different people now, so. But yeah, I think a reversed, like a reverse Hall of Monuments would be really good for Guild Wars. Oh my god, I have so many things. I think that would be really fun. I'm gonna go, yeah, so now I can go across. We're gonna glide across. And go was fun feeding each other. Yeah, trying to get stuff and go fun vice versa. Exactly. That 100%. Like, do expand on the Hollow Monument to the point where doing certain achievements in Guild Wars 2 earns you rewards in Guild Wars 1, where you can have an NPC that can get you, like, you know, specific skins or like equipment or like minis, tonics, you know, those types of things that are very popular in Guild Wars 1, or even outfits, right? Outfits is a system that they have in Guild Wars 1, right? Like, tie them together. Like, why not? You know what I mean? Like, the system is set up with the Hollow Monument. Like, they already have a system set up, and they're now linking, you know, now they're doing the Steam linking of Guild Wars 1 and Guild Wars 2. Like, to me, this is the perfect time of saying, like, hey, we're gonna do reverse Hollow Monument.
I'm gonna get you, chicken.
Well, Safari wouldn't be very logical, because we're about 225 years too early for Safari to be there. But I mean, the thing is, there are tonics in the game, so like you can play as a Char, you can play as Sura. I mean, Ridlock's in Guild Wars 1. Well, yeah, but you can explain that to be that's when he went into the mists, right? Like, there is kind of a lore explanation as to why Ridlock is available in Guild Wars 1. Because he went through the mists in Guild Wars 1, or in Guild Wars 2, I mean. But, like, Guild Wars 1 doesn't really deal with the mists on that level. And it would be kind of weird to have, like, a Sylvari character, and then they would have to, like, I don't know, it would be kind of weird. But they could do all the other races. I mean, they could do, like, you know, but that's the thing, is, like, we kind of have tonics already. Like, I'm pretty sure there's, like, I saw someone had a, it was a tonic, it was a, higher fear shot tonic, which is, you know, the Ridlock. I mean, Pyre Fear Shot is the Ridlock of Guild Wars 1. Like, let's be real, right? So, you know, you can pretty much... Whoa, look at this guy. Hello. If Reforged is introducing Raza and pre-searing like they recently hinted... Did they hint that? How did they hint that at? Really makes me think they do all kinds of timing. If we want factions, Nightfall professions available, that'd be so neat. I think that would be amazing. That would be really, really cool. But when did they hint that? When did they hint Raza? Twitter or Bluesky post? Really? The only thing I saw was that they were hinting at something pre-searing, but why is it unstable? Because my bitrate went over 6,000. Go fuck yourself, Twitch. Jesus. Fucking hate that. Did they really? I need to... Actually, I need to go on my phone to find that, because I don't have the login on my... God knows I never log in anyways, but... Get out of here. Okay. Was that on the... I think that was on the just Guild Wars account, right? Not Guild Wars 2? It's the Guild Wars account. That's where they're doing all the hype. The era of Guild Wars Reforged is upon us. Okay. No, yeah, I want to go on here. I already pressed this. Okay. We're continuing our 20-year legacy by going back to where it all began. Okay. They never rest, so neither do we. Heroes, Ascalon City needs you. Follow and turn on post notification for a special... Yeah, they posted that three days ago. They posted a special Guild Wars Reforged announcement. And it's like, okay, when are you doing that? Rangers, are you ready? We're going back to where it all began. Will you join us on our next quest? set alarms. A few confessions. Yes, we've been looking around pre-searing Ascalon. Yes, we saw your heroes. They look incredible. Yes, we're working on something special. Okay. Well, so they showed Raza. I think that Raza is a tonic that someone used. So you're talking about that picture with Raza? I think that I don't know if that's one of those Raza. Yeah, I mean I don't know. I think they're talking about like tonics or something. I don't know. I wouldn't read too much into that. I don't know if they're gonna add Raza to pre-searing. That'd be interesting though. Having like, you know, because the thing is in pre-searing, you can have the party size is 2. So it would be kind of funny if they were to add 1 henchman into pre-searing, and that henchman is Raza. Like he's not a hero, but he's a henchman, and he just has like a preset whatever. Like he joins as a dervish or something. Like that would be kind of interesting, right? Or you could set what profession he was. Or maybe have him like unlock as a hero somehow in Guild Wars 1, or I don't know. But it would be interesting to have something, because like I said, the party size in pre-searing is 2. Oh my god, Jesus. The party size in Guild Wars 1 is in pre-searing is 2. And many people solo a lot of stuff now, but what if you could like increase? Oh my god, look at the amount of Tamini. Jesus. I'm not getting any credit for any of these things. That's okay. One more wave. Destroy those catapults. Ah, they're shooting at us. Awesome, we finished the hard and we leveled up. Pictures always have a meaning, but yeah, I won't look into look too into it, but what if, I mean, the thing is, yeah, I don't know. I guess pictures always have meaning, but like what's the meaning behind the other picture? Because they have a picture with like someone wearing a Lissa outfit, a ranger with a mask, like some kind of weird head thing on, probably one of the like festival hats that you can get, and a rabbit, right? Like what's the meaning behind that picture? You know, does that mean we're gonna get a rabbit pet or something? Or like, you know, I don't know. I feel like any speculation like that would be reading into it too much. But I could see something like, I'd be fine with that. A pseudo way to have Assassin, Dervish, Paragon, Ritualist available to you through Raza. Something like that, right? Like, I could kind of see that. Because Raza is already a hero that's available, technically, right? So they could just have it that you can unlock him in pre-searing. But like maybe if you do that, you become like a permanent pre-searing character, and so you can't unlock him in the later game because you're not able to leave pre-searing Ascalon. I don't know, because the thing is, the only issue that I could see with it is the confliction that the conflict they would have if you actually go through Nightfall and then you try to unlock Raza when you already have him in your team. So it's like, is that quest just not available to you anymore? Or like, I mean, I guess they could do that, like have that quest already be, you know, checked marked off if you go into Nightfall or whatever. I don't know. I feel like that would be kind of like, there would be some continuity issue, because what if someone decides to do a like unlock Raza in Guild Wars 1, they have never played Guild Wars 1, they try to unlock him in pre-searing, and then they go into Nightfall, and then they realize like, oh, Raza was supposed to be at the end of this, and it's like, that would be like really confusing and maybe kind of like annoying, because that was always the cool thing about like going through Nightfall, right? You like beat Nightfall and then you can unlock Raza, and I was like, ooh, That's kind of cool. Yeah. So. Yeah, they had a post specifically about rangers, which is very interesting. I'm thinking, so there's one thing, yeah, maybe rabbits as a pet, that could be. There's also the idea of like there in pre-searing, there's this area where there is all these rabbits hanging out, and that has never meant anything. There's been never anything tied to it. You can just like go and hang out there. And there's like all these rabbits that are just sitting on a hill, and it doesn't do anything. So maybe have like some kind of quest that maybe deals with that in some shape or form. That would be kind of cool. This is why I love your knowledge. Why? What did I say? The rabbits? The rabbit situation? Blow it up. Do it. Figured out rabbit pet for ranger, and it goes so well with ranger, warrior, hammer, thumper build. I mean, it would be really funny, right? Because one of the things that ArenaNet has always done, and I'm sure many of those developers don't work at ArenaNet anymore, but in Guild Wars 1 they had so many references to Monty Python, right? And there was that gag with the rabbit, that vicious rabbit that kills all of them, and they're like, oh, and they're all like running or whatever from it, you know. So there could be something, you know, and they reference that a lot in Guild Wars, and Guild Wars 2 even has many references to that as well. So they could potentially just like have that as a reference, as, you know, maybe the quest that unlocks those rabbits or something could even be like referencing that or something, you know, those like have it be that these rabbits are like super vicious or something, and you have to like tame them or something. I don't know. Like I said, pets is one of those things that I would love to see them expand on, because I feel like the whole pet situation is really not that hard. They have so many animals in the game that we don't have. Do they have a lot of animals in the game that we don't? I mean, they could do like a whole bunch of things as pets that, like, I don't know. I feel like there's like things that they could do as pets, like adding pets into the game. I don't think is that big of a deal, because it doesn't really it's not that much work, because you don't have all these animations and stuff to do. You know, you just gotta kind of have models, and I'm sure they have plenty of models of things that they haven't used, so they could do that. Still no holy hand grenade. I mean, they could do that too as a monk skill. A holy hand grenade. Ranger pets need the reband. Ton of the later remade. Oh my god, am I about to die? Survive. Do it. Yes, run away. My god, I was not paying attention at all. Please, please don't. Help! Ah! Okay. Ooh. Yeah, I think the pet system needs an overhaul for sure in Guild Wars 2. There's so many cool things. I mean, actually raising, that's one thing that I really enjoy in Guild Wars 2 or in Guild Wars 1, is that you can actually raise the pets. Like, that's so cool to me. But no. Help. No. Ha. Ha. Bleed. Bleed out. Oh god. Already disappeared. Ooh. Leveled up. Yay, we did it. Awesome. All right. I want to make sure that I'm not super full on stuff. Yeah, at least I can make my pet grow bigger with the maces. Oh, I've never even used the maces. Maybe the next release will focus on the pet again, especially since the gift shop basically completely abandons your pet. Yeah, I'm hoping that too. I mean, it doesn't completely abandon. You know, there are like the avian, the feathered. What? No, it was originally the avian, but now it's feathered. Like any of the feathered, pets gain like damage boost or whatever. So there's certain things in there, but. Yeah, I really want like a pet focused. I don't know. I want to, you know, I want a tamer pet. I really do, or a tamer spec. You know, I mean, I made a whole video about it, so that's pretty much what I want. Mazes are good for power builds. Interesting. I might have to try that out. Even though the Raptor isn't a flying pet. Well, it's not. That's why they changed it. In the beta, it was avian, and then they changed it to feathered pets. And so they did that because the one pet that they added wasn't actually getting the bonus from it. So they had to change the wording on it. So they changed it to feathered pets. Which meant the raptor that has feathers on it. You know, and it's really funny because I was thinking about the future, and I was like, what if they add like some kind of feathered other animal that has feathers on it, like a boar that has like feathers on it or something. I don't know, but it doesn't have like wings and it's not like avian or something, and it doesn't get the bonus. Like, you know, it's just, I don't know. There's like the kind of dug yourself a hole there, because that means that anything that has feathers now will have to be included in that, you know? Oh, I already got the heart. I don't know why. Yes. So this is probably the quickest that I've ever done this. I'm already level 11. Oh god, why am I lagging? Oh, what is happening here? What is going on? Holy shit. I'm lagging so hard right now. Specifically when I look over there. What the hell is going on? I don't know if you guys saw that. That was kind of crazy. Holy shit. It's fine now. So the crocodile doggo. What do they call it? They call it crocodilian? Something crocodilian? Or the wave hawk? I still want an owl. Give me like one of those Gwildowls as a pet and I'd be happy. I totally want that as a pet, that Gwildow. If we go south, all that forest looks ripe for owl territory. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if we're gonna see more of the Gwildowls or whatever they're called. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, but... Oh, he's in the wall. That's cool. Oh my god. Someone went through and did all of this stuff here. Jesus. Oh, there we go. Windillies? Is that what they're called? When they're called Gwildowls? Isn't that how they were? Hold on. Yeah, Gwildowl. I don't know how that's pronounced. And then Gwillian was the main guy. Or small Gwill. The Gwill... Okay, so they're called Gwills. Are owl-like nature spirits native to Castora, seemingly directly manifested from its forests. They're responsible for maintaining the proper order of magic in the woods and can be seen tending to natural anomalies such as disruptions. Get out of here, Snow. In the flow of leyline magic, will bear a relation to Trian. Which we don't. Oh, so they're like forest spirits. Well, there's so many people here. I can't even finish this heart. If we get one of those specific, you can definitely see it being a pet that heals, gives berry. Yeah, I would love that as like a healing pet. Like we don't really have healing pets. You know, it's one of those things that's really strange to me because, you know, you have Druid that specifically deals with healing, right? And you have like nature magic. Like the Ranger, more so than some other classes, inherently has a little bit more healing because they deal, you know, nature magic has always been like, oh, it's this healing aspect of it, right? And the Rangers are part, like that's one of their aspects is like this nature magic part, right? And so it's been so weird to me that we don't have a healing pet. We don't have a pet that can heal. Like we have the Sylvan Hound that can grant regeneration and stuff. And I think there's a couple of pets that can do like barrier and stuff. But we don't have anything that really does like any outright healing in any shape or form. Like as a skill, you know, like some kind of AoE healing or something. What happened to the other crab? Oh, there it is. I was like, I know there was a second one somewhere. I can't attack underwater, so this is not. I do not want to deal with that brackish scale or that armored fish. Come on, friends. You want to get in there. Why are you attacking it? Can you not? My guy. Trap it in here. Do it. Oh, lure it. I'm leaving. Oh, that's not this. They have a ranger pet that does clone image like Mesmer. Maybe. Oh, maybe I have a ranger pet that does a clone. Oh, that'd be interesting. A pet being another healing spring would be nice. Access to another water field. Something like that. You know, I mean, at this point, like, really anything would be kind of nice. But, I don't know why I care. I'm looking at that like I care. You know, anything. I mean, I want something that's healing. Like, I don't understand why, as, like, a spec that more than other specs heals in healing doesn't have. Look, we got different colors. Doesn't have like a healing pet. It's so weird to me. Like that's why I like using the Sylvan Hound, because that actually gives out regeneration. So that's kind of nice that there's some healing involved there, you know. But I don't know. It would be nice to have something that does like maybe a little bit of like a, you know, like you said, a water field, maybe a lesser healing spring. It doesn't have to be like a full-on healing spring, but like maybe a smaller in size healing. Maybe even they could borrow from the elementalists. They could do like a geyser, right? They could have like a small geyser maybe that they summon. You know, that maybe a geyser, like a hot spring geyser that maybe does burning on foes but heals friendly units or something, right? Like something like that. Help me out, lady. I love that name. She looks really cool too. Oh. Finally got my new ranger to the 40.
I can't believe
Now
it.
wait a week for Revenants level 10. I don't know. I can't make all these new characters. Oh my god, hello. I can't make all these new characters like you guys do. I don't have time. I don't have time. I barely have time to make the videos that I need to make.
I carry only the highest quality goods.
You know. So level 13. So we're a little under level, but that's okay because
How do
this
you
is like a
do?
really easy this is a really easy erase. I didn't even see it. But I guess there was one there. Really easy hard here to do. Got it.
Hey, let's play Minister and Queen.
I'll be Conicus the Wise.
You mean Lord of Beetleton?
No, it's Lord Beetlestone.
It's called Minister and Queen.
Ranger pet having its own version of formerly a monkey pet. Monkeys as enemies would be really cool in general. They, you know, they had them in Guild Wars 1, in the Tarnished Coast, and then they didn't make a comeback. Simians, right? They had like these simian enemies. Those would be really, really cool. I love those. And they were elemental. They were like air magic elementalists, I want to say, right? They did a lot of like lightning strikes and stuff like that. I don't know. Something about that would be really cool. Can I not erase this one? I cannot.
I
Is
went to
there
his mansion,
children hiding around here
and
somewhere?
I ate his food.
We ever got a gorilla pet? It would have been Sonic Clap from Incredible Hulk. Lots of loaves of damage. Ooh, I can take that, and I can take that. Perfect. Not quite leveled up yet, but that's okay. Completing all of my things here. I don't care. Alright, lots of damage. Gorilla pet would be cool too. I would love to see more variety in the pets in general. So, alright, I'm gonna be right back, you guys.
I could see myself marrying a pig farmer's daughter.
You don't say.
I heard about bandits in the west. As long as they don't come here, I'm happy.
Throw some courage.
If centaurs ever come here, they'll be paralyzed by my beauty.
I'll kill them before they get the chance.
I can't help being so pretty. It comes naturally.
Is that so?
I should speak to the minister. I'm sure he'll listen to me.
Even if that's true, I doubt there's anything more that can be done.
There's nothing the good minister can't do if he puts his mind to it.
Oh, Minister Codicus and his gorgeous eyes. Those eyes, they permeate my soul.
Just imagine if we could capture that feeling in a bottle.
We should follow him around and see if there's a way to do it.
With magic, anything is possible.
I'm so happy Lord Codicus
Almost done with your weekly. I still need to work on it. But I'm not worried about it. I'll get it done. I'll get it done. It's really not that hard. I get it done with like 2 hours. I'm like, there's nothing weekly about this. I wonder how much experience I get from this, because I'm under leveled right now and I need to kind of figure out. See, that's a lot of experience, so, and these guys aren't too tough. I need to kill them. Ooh, that veteran. I wonder how much experience I get from that. Oh god, now I got 2 of them. Oh, this is bad. Ah! Oh, heal, heal, heal. Oh god, I gotta run away. That irate bull is too strong. Oh, I love how you went immediately. I don't think people get that done into the... I mean, that's the thing. Like, that's usually what monthlies were. I would get it done within 2 days. And I'm like, these aren't monthlies. Like, you know? But, I mean, I could appreciate that because I know that there was people that are like, I can only play... Like, I remember so many people back then were saying, like, I love monthlies because I can only play, like, 2-3... hours a week, you know, and this really helps me because I can, you know, do all of these things, you know, I can focus on that and just kind of do that and be done with it. Is there no event here? Usually when this is on fire, there's an event. It's not. Let's kill this black cow here. Let me get the point of interest. I wonder, can I walk up here? I can. Shortcut! I guess there's another did you know here, which is so weird. It used to be this really common knowledge thing. You can actually get inside of this pipe and walk through this entire pipe. I don't know how many people know about this nowadays, though. Is it right here where the opening is? Yeah, right here. Someone was just in here recently. I feel like this is a pretty well-known thing, though. I'm gonna go back out. But yeah, and you can follow it all the way, and you can see the... What's happening? You can see the ooze that are in there. The oozes. And it goes all the way down, and you can come out down below by the thing down there. You can actually get out of the pipe there, and you can actually walk all the way up too. Went to the bathroom and I was thinking a rabbit pet for ranger is gonna be hilarious. Having a pet do a full 2-foot kick, killing or knocking. I mean, I think it would be awesome. I think it would be really, really cool. I would love that a lot. Starving Plus one you did a video on, do you get an achievement or is it just a chest at the end? Well, there is an achievement tied. There's no achievement tied to it, right? But you get just a chest. I don't think there's no achievement. That's the whole. I think that was the whole point of it, right? It's like there's no actual, because it's not in here, right? These all give you 10 points. The whole reason I put that as a did you know is because it's not in here. all of the core jumping puzzles that are available to you in CORSAIR are in here except for that one. That one is not in there, so it does not give you achievement points. I guess I can try to do towards any renown. Yeah. Or like have anything fun on them, or like any reason to really go in there. Yeah. It's a really quick jumping puzzle too. It really is. There's like nothing to it really. But it's still fun to kind of go in there and see. It's interesting because I feel like specifically this area of the world feels very undeveloped to me in Guild Wars 2, and it seems to me that this area, like they clearly had a vision for like ore, and I think one of the reasons why we lost so many of the hearts, because there used to be almost 3 times as many hearts in the core game than we have now. There was like something like 800 different hearts. There's a screenshot that you can find where there's like 800 hearts in the world. It's like an alpha or beta screenshot or something of it that you can find. Which I'm guessing many of these things probably had like hard vendors too. Like there was probably like 20 in each map at least or something like that. And I kind of decided to do away with it to kind of highlight how much of a foreign, like, you know, how unexplored all of these maps are and stuff like that. There's not like renowned hard people, and you have to do like the events in order to get through everything, right? They have like the 3, you can do the water, you can do the northern assault, you can do the southern like land assault. So, you know, they kind of wanted to just like do something different with ore. But specifically when we go to like Sparkfly Fen and Mount Maelstrom, right, there's so many things they had. Because down here, they had, where they talked about how they had a map that was mostly underwater planned, that was south of here, and you can find that gate. We talked about that the other day, where you can find that little gate down here. And then also, the other underwater map that I talked about in one of my shorts was actually South Sun Cove, which you were supposed to get through from, from right over here. Like, there's a little passage that kind of cuts off. And you were supposed to get to this other map, and this was replaced by South Sun Cove later on. But it's so weird that, you know, you have those areas and you have that jumping puzzle then right next to where that map is. That doesn't count towards the jumping puzzle achievements. So it kind of makes me think that these maps, the in between, so they probably worked on early maps, and then some people worked on the later maps. But then the in-between maps were probably the last ones that were made, and these might have been like some of the later maps that were created. And so you see kind of the remnants of like just last-minute stuff that they're putting in there, right? And so the Verarium Delves being this jumping puzzle that was never added to the jumping puzzle achievement because it was just like, you know, it was just one of the latest things they added and they forgot to put that in there or something. I don't know. At least that's kind of the impression that I get from all this, you know, the way that all of that has been, you know, when you look at all of the evidence, that's kind of what it feels like to me a little bit. We have a floaty centaur. It's still super dangerous here, so I don't know. Oh, come on. Ooh, I can level up real quick. Let's do that. Ah! That is dangerous. I don't know why. Alright, I'm gonna run. Okay, leveled up a little bit. Okay, let's... Ooh, there's an event happening. I think I'm gonna go do that. Definitely know the Grove in Caledon was one of the first areas they made. It was talked about in the art book, I think. Well, yeah, and then I made that video recently where we talked about how they remade the Grove, you know? And how it looks nothing like what the area looked like in Guild Wars 1, and how when you look at the map, you can really see that they did some major changes to it, you know? Wee, hello. Oh, perfect. This will help with the heart, and I have scapegoats that I can use to use as meat shields. Okay, perfect. You go attack them. Four jumping puzzles, 3 mini dungeons. What do you mean, Caledon Forest?
I will end your life.
Yeah, Caledon Forest having... Well, it only has 3 jumping puzzles, and there's that 4th one that was never completed, right? If I'm remembering that right.
I will live on.
Yeah. Right. That's what I'm counting. And then there's the lab that they have on the western side. I forgot what that's called, but it's that Asura lab that you go into. What am I missing? Those are the 3 that I'm thinking of. So what am I missing for a jumping puzzle? The jumping puzzle by the starting spot? What do you mean? Oh, yeah, you're right. You're right. By the Troll Grove. That's right. I totally forgot about that one. You're right. So there's 4. Oh my god, 4 jumping puzzles in one map. Jesus. You're right. Crazy. There's 4 jumping puzzles, and then there was a 5th one that they didn't complete, so that's kind of crazy. What do they have for mini dungeons? I can think of the High Lake one, right? What's the what are some other mini dungeons that they have? They have that Scrit one. The Scrit one, the High Lake one. And, I don't even know why I'm tired. I really didn't do much. Yeah, I want you to steal. Go ahead, mister. Do it. Steal that barrel of grapes. Or, I don't know. It looks like cranberries to me, but... No! Why does she sound ghostly? You hear that? Yeah. Oh my god. I hate the skill so much. They need to update the skill. It just never really works. Yeah, highlight and script is all I can think of. Oh no. The script areas has 2 achievements tied to it. Oh, got you. Okay.
Here's a hint.
Yeah, I couldn't think. I was like, I don't know what the other one was.
Okay, give a light fruity tone. Last one.
I wasn't.
Good. Because my lips are airtight.
I wonder if first person is really like. I mean, I'm gonna be doing it in first person this challenge mode, but this challenge run, I mean, but I don't know. I don't know if that's really like one of the things that I would want in there. I feel like it doesn't really add that much to it in terms of difficulty. And it might be more annoying to people even watch too, because I know certain people really hate it, so I don't know, you guys. Not to mention the High Lake, that's a lot of content. The High Lake God question. Yeah, it was weird. I the other day it popped up and no one really did it. And I went through the whole thing because I was like, you know what? Hell yeah. Transform me into a freaking MOA and a crab and a whatever. And I went in there and I did it. And it was fun. I had a good time doing it. So I was like, oh yeah. I love this. Helena is super fun.
To me!
Like, if they ever revisit the core maps, for example, like, I don't think Caledon really needs anything to be redone. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like Caledon is still a really good early game experience. I would like to maybe see the temple area, the unseen gods temple area, which is like, it's like right here. Seeing that area maybe like changed to the point where it represents Guild Wars 1 a little bit more, and maybe add some kind of lore about Guild Wars 1 in there, about the White Mantle or something, because that's like the only big temple that we see from Guild Wars 1's time. So I would love to kind of see that area, because that's where the Skrit are, and then you have like, you kind of deal with the Skrit there, and it's kind of, it feels kind of out of place to me. It was one of the places that I immediately, when I was Silvaria, was like, oh my god, Caledon Forest goes right there, you know, because I kind of like looked up all the different areas and how it all lines up and stuff. When I started playing Guild Wars 2, I was like, oh, I want to go there. I want to see what it feels like, what it looks like, and like maybe we're gonna get some White Mantle lore. And then they didn't have anything, and it didn't look like it at all. And I was like, man, that's kind of disappointing to me, you know. So I don't know, I would like to kind of maybe see that particular area changed. Other than that, I don't really know. I mean, maybe a little bit more about like the Dominion of Winds or something. Maybe change a little bit of dialogue, maybe add some NPCs there, kind of give us some more insight a little bit, kind of updated to like, you know, add like a add a what's it called? What's the ranger spec called? The gale shot, like add a gale shot, like an actual Tengu that is a gale shot or something, like add that in there or something, you know. I don't know, just to kind of like make it feel a little bit more, add some connectivity there. With current events. I'd want the first renown they added to be removed or swapped over to the Tree with the Wasp event. Tree with the Wasp event. I don't know what that is, but you mean the heart that they have early on? The one with the taking care of the grubs and the garden area? Why do you want that removed? It's so quick. It takes like less than a minute to do. Not even a big deal. And I just don't like it. I mean, I don't know. I feel like that's not a good reason to want to remove something. I mean, I guess it is, personally. But I feel like it kind of adds to the Sylvari, right? Because it shows that they're like these tree tenders in a way too. You know, they're not just tree people, but they also kind of like they're these tree tenders in a way, right? That their job is also to like nourish the world in a way, right? They're like the living they're almost like tree ants, right? They're like these forest spirits in a way, just that they're these talking living forest spirits in a way. I don't know. There's like 3 wasp events, so it just makes more sense to add arena over by that tree. Get another wasp. You mean that the tree they call the like they it has like a special name, doesn't it? That tree? Like right in the start when you go to the right, like that tree that they have where the grubs come, you gotta kill the grubs and stuff. That's also one of those events that doesn't pop very often. It's not there very often. I feel like it has some kind of player threshold as well. Solitaire Island, yeah. I would love to see maybe heart there. I would like to see actually when you go to where that jumping puzzle is for the trolls, because there's these events that, well, I think one thing that I would, if they were to revisit CORSAIR, I think one of the things in general that I would like to see is I would like them to enable all of those events that haven't been playable, since they need a large amount of players in the area, right? And I made a short about that, where I talked about, I found over 20 different events in the starting areas alone that don't trigger unless there's enough people in the area. And I would love for them to just add those to a timer and just completely like, because the thing is, the first impressions when it comes to like a game like this are like very important. So if you stuff the starting areas full of like events, I think a lot of people would like that a lot more. Maybe tie them together a little bit, have them like chain together, like, oh, if one event completes, then another one can be triggered or something like that. Kind of have something, you know, in that sense. I would like to see that with those, because in that troll area, there's actually 2 events that you're supposed to clear out the trolls there. And then you're supposed to be attacking like a troll king that appears. And those events haven't triggered like at all. And that's kind of really annoying to me, because I'm like, it was such a staple that I remember always when I first started the game, I would always go in there when I made a Sylvari, I would always go into that area and do those events because they would pop all the time. And I remember doing it all the time, and then I had this moment. That was one of the reasons why I made that short, because I had this like, I remembered that, and I had like this Mandela effect, because I was like, you know, almost Mandela effect, where I was like, I remember doing events in these areas, but they're not there. And I'm like, was this like a beta thing and they removed it? And I come to find out, when you go through the wiki, you can actually find all these events that don't trigger anymore. And I was like, man, that is such a shame. And then once I started looking into it, I'm like, oh my god, like the the Meta Mystics lab that has the crab right outside of it. Oh my god. I was like, yes, I remember that. I remember fighting the crab, the king crab or whatever they called it. I was like, I totally forgot about that. I totally forgot that that was a thing. And like, that drives me crazy. I was like, I need them to like activate these events because there's no reason not to have them, you know? That random, oh, you mean the mosquito, the female mosquito, not the wasp? There, because I don't remember a wasp queen, but I think you're talking about the female mosquito that kind of flies around in that area that you kind of have to like just eliminate randomly, that feels completely out of place. God, I hate fighting these guys, especially the archers. They do so much damage. They have some kind of ability that does a ton of it. Please don't kill me. Please die. I shouldn't have gone up this way. Can I get up here? No. No. I gotta go. I gotta go up here. I want to get that point of interest, but... Oh boy. Forgot about that. Put these guys here. And I can't get up there. Ah, it's so annoying. Basilisks are really cool enemies, and I'm sad that they haven't seen more prominent role in the game. Oh god. Oh god. Okay, we're running. And we're turning around. Oh god. Wrong way. Oh my god. I'm jumping. Ah! Oh god, I gotta run. Mosquitoes, goddammit. Yeah, I don't know. Well, the thing is, I think isn't it wasps that attack the tree, but it's the mosquito, like but they share like a don't they look like really similar in the model too? So I can kind of see why you would confuse those. And it's such a random event too with the mosquito, the female mosquito, that you know, I'm sure something about that kind of blended together. I mean, I could see it. I could see why that would be like that. Oh my god, look at all his ore. Okay, whatever. I'll fight you. They're so strong, though. Hate it. Ettins are so annoying because they're so strong, and then now he has might. It's freaking annoying. I gotta let the bleeding do the thing. Chained it all to wasps or all mosquitoes and chained them together. Something like that. I also want them to another change that I would love to see them do is in Plains of Ashford. I really want them to make a meta event in Ascalon City. They already have a setup where you have to like destroy the statues and the catapults and stuff. And then once you do that, they have the Siege Master, Lormar, or whatever his name is. He spawns. What am I doing? I can kill these guys. Can I kill these guys? Good question. Oh god. Oh god. I cannot kill these. I'm glad I ran when I did, because I would have not survived that. See, that's the thing. The archers, they have some kind of ability. What's the ability here that does a ton of damage? Scalping Slash did a ton. Just shooting did like a bunch of stuff too. They do a lot of damage. But yeah, it would be really cool to. I cannot do the Shadow Behemoth because oh god, the portal's here. I can do that event though. Hopefully, I'm guessing. Hello. But yeah, do a meta event in Ascalon City. I was thinking about that the other day. I would love to see, like actually Adelburn being the target of that, right? And kind of having the, you know, Duke Baradin in the tutorial area, he takes over like a statue, right? And the statue of himself, and he becomes this big enemy. And I'd like to kind of see the same thing happen with like Adelburn. Maybe have like a big statue of Adelburn that he takes over, and he becomes like, you know, he takes over this giant statue, and you know, you defeat him, and then he's like kind of the prelude to the Ascalonian catacombs, where he kind of says like, okay, well, I'm going to, you know, you think you've defeated me, like by the end of it, right? You don't actually like kill him. He just kind of says like, you think you've defeated me, but I'm going to retreat to the underground, and I'm going to summon my strongest champions to take over, take back Ascalon City or something like that, right? And so that kind of is like a prelude to what happens in the Ascalonian catacombs, kind of guiding people in a way, like lore-wise, right? Like narratively guide them to like, oh yeah, this happens in the Ascalonian catacombs. Like I remember doing the because right now the thing is that many people don't really understand the significance of Adelburn and what he does in the Ascalonian catacombs and stuff like that. So it'd be kind of interesting if they introduce the player base a little bit more to the things that happen there. So I think I would like that a lot. Big as event chain where we fight Ghosts of Adelburn underground, make that area underground bigger from the tutorial. Well, not even that. So I was thinking, why? Okay, I was like, why am I being attacked? Why am I losing health? What's going on? So if you actually go to Plains of Ashford, right? There is so you're talking about like the reason why Baradin is there is because the area he spawns in is his estate, right? So that's kind of his home. That's where you see him in Guild Wars 1, and you meet him and you do the quests and stuff. But in Ascalon City, if you go to the actual the point of interest, that's the center where the light beam comes out of the ground, you can actually go in there. You can actually go inside there, and there's actually like a chamber on the side and stuff like that. It would be kind of cool if there was some kind of event that would actually lead you down into that same hole, and then down there is where the boss fight is, right? Where you kind of like, so you're right at the center of where the faux fire happened, and you're fighting Adelburn like right at the center, right? And that could happen, and they could change that. It's really easy to change that, right? Because they could chain the Siege Master Lormar, like they can change that event to chain further, right? So they have the statues and the catapults that you got to destroy, and then once you have destroyed those, you then have the Siege Master, and then after the Siege Master is defeated, then you have some NPC saying like, oh, we got to go to the heart of the faux fire, and Adelburn's ghost has been spotted, and he's looking to rise and, you know, and destroy us all or whatever, right? And then some NPC casts like a portal that you have to go into, or you can use a mount or whatever to get in there, and it teleports you down into that hole, and then you go around and in that hole you have to like go into the chamber, and they can expand the chamber maybe a little bit, and you know, change the map in that sense that it's like actually a big, kind of like Baradin's chamber underground, and you have like a statue of Adelburn that you then have to destroy or something, you know, and then that all happens, right? So literally every other race has a meta world boss with Char gets trapped. Yeah, and it's kind of weird to me, you know, because I feel like the setup is there, right? Like if there was any area, you know, if you look at the maps, if there's any area that I would expect there to be a meta event, it would be Ascalon City, which is the heart of where the ghosts are coming from, right? Like, narratively, the God's Lost Swamp doesn't really mean that much. Like, yeah, it has a connection to the underworld, but we haven't really, like, there's no like underworld forces that are like invading the surrounding areas, right? We're not fighting spirits outside of this area, right? Like there's no, you know, evil spirits that are roaming around or whatever, you know. Same with Caledon Forest, right? You have like the worm you fight up here or whatever, right? But there's narratively there's no like, you know, yeah, it's the Nightmare Court, but it's all just in this area. If you go like outside of that area, like, yeah, you deal with Crate here, and you deal with like, you know, High Lake stuff here, and you deal with like Nightmare Court here, but it's like a whole different thing. You know, it doesn't really impact the whole area. The only one that kind of makes sense is when you go to Wayfarer Foothills, because this is where, you know, the Svanir, and they're kind of just like taking over the Grawl and stuff like that, and you know, you deal with the Svanir up here in the dome and stuff, and the Svanir are like, you know, you're learning as you travel along. You see a lot of them in their little cams, and you know, there's all these different things or whatever. So it kind of makes sense that there would be like some kind of the Svanir being here, doing their thing. But like with Ascalon City, right? You have like Ascalon City here, and you see the influence everywhere, because you see these spirits all throughout like the whole area. Like as soon as you leave the like the early starting area, you know, you go into like where Duke Barradin is, and there's like spirits here, and then there's the forest that has the spirits here, you know, and then you go into Ascalon City and has the spirits everywhere there, you know, and then even if you go down to the lake down here, you have Grasden the Protector and the spirit and the thing there, right? So there's so much influence that these spirits have on the surrounding area, yet there's no meta event that deals with it. So it seems kind of weird to me that there wouldn't be something like that. So it just, to me, it makes total sense, and it would be really cool to have that for char players. You know, people that start out as a char. I think one of the things that really impressed me, because I started as a human when I first started playing the game, and I did the Shadow Behemoth during the beta weekends. I did the Shadow Behemoth, like the fight that's happening right now. I did this, and when I did it, I was like, oh my god, this is so cool. Like having this like giant meta boss like way early on in the starting area is super cool to me. So, you know, it's like, I don't know. I just feel like it could be, you know, it could enhance the experience for people for sure, you know? So. I don't know if it's because there's more players, but there's an event near the chart starting waypoint I've never seen before. There's a ton of them. There's a ton of events that are happening that should be happening out here. There's an event with like little cubs where you have to like do something there. There's an event here with like the Flame Legion. You have to like they're building turrets or something. You have to destroy them. Both of those don't trigger. The bar brawl that happens in the bar down here, I don't know which building it is, but it's one of these buildings that has the bar in it. That only happens very seldomly. There's an event here that happens where you have to where they quiz you on the different legions, I want to say, and that only spawns if there's a lot of people around. I mean, just in this area, there's like 4 or 5. There's a veteran warg that you have to defeat. That's another event that happens like up here, that's close to like where the lake is, because the lake is like right here or something. There's like a veteran warg that again only triggers if there's a lot of people around. There's so many events here in this area that could be triggered, but they never do, because there's usually not enough people around, and that's such a shame to me. So but it's basically a Big Devourer. Oh, the Big Devourer is actually one that triggers all the time. It's actually a follow-up event to another one. Are you talking about the one in the where you have to collect the eggs? So there's that little area where you go down, right in the starting area. You go down this like little ravine, and then there is this group of people that are like collecting Devourer eggs, which again is kind of a callback to Guild Wars 1, because you have to do the same thing in Guild Wars 1. And then once that event is done, it triggers a devourer that spawns right afterwards and it dies. A devourer to the right of the waypoint. I saw it like 3 times now. Really? But people kill it fast? Well, I hope that they... that's kind of cool. That's kind of interesting. Oh, this one worked. Nice. Oh, I can't talk to him while he's fighting. But people kill it? Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. The Cubs dealing, fighting new to me. I haven't seen not one ever in years. Was fighting a big devour. Oh, yeah. So that's the one I was talking about. There's the Cub one. Yeah. So you're right. It's to the right. Yeah, there's these little cubs that you can see around here. I didn't know that they are attacking a big devourer. I forgot what it was, but yeah. There's these cubs that you can find out on the field, and they have a quest. I don't remember what it was, but the bar crawl does happen. It's like irregular. There's like certain days where I never see it happen, and there's some days where like always see it happens. I don't know. Bam, take all that bleeding. Come on, bleeding, do your thing. I think those were training cubs to fight the devourer. Yeah, I think that's what it is, yeah. And it just, there's so many of those events that barely ever trigger, and it's such a shame. I really hate that. I really wish like Arena and I would look at that type of stuff, because that cannot be a hard fix to do. Like that probably just requires you to like have a different trigger, just like change the trigger, and that, you know, that's probably like a couple of lines of code that you have to change there, you know, like where it doesn't trigger by, or like at least lower the amount of people, right? Like if it's triggered by a set amount of characters or players in the area, then lower the amount. So instead of having like, oh, if there's 20 players in the vicinity, lower it to like 5 or something, you know, or 2 or whatever, right? So that it just like can trigger all the time, and just put like a timer on it or something. I don't know. Yeah, change it to less people or create an NPC we talk to. Fuck it. There is an NPC for one of those. The Flame Legion turret thing actually gets triggered by talking to an NPC, but that NPC not only does that NPC, you know, doesn't get the event doesn't trigger, like the moment that you need to talk to him doesn't trigger unless you have enough people in the area, but also on top of that, the NPC frequently bugs out, so that even when you have the opportunity for that event to trigger, you might not actually see it happen because the event might bug out. So it's just kind of like, bro, what? I'll be right back again. Yeah, especially since you know, I don't know. Yeah, I feel you on that. Like sometimes I feel like, you know, 5 months is like forever, and then all of a sudden, next thing you know, it's just like gone and done with, and like I'm like, wait, where did 5 months go? You know, so I understand that. Oh, perfect. I can run through here. Run through. We'll have that ranger take care of it. Okay, so we're already level 15, and we haven't even finished the whole map. So that's fantastic. That's really good. That's why I still think like humans are probably the best to do this with. But yeah. Oh.
Ettins not work good with other Ettins.
You mean Ettins don't work well with other Ettins?
Huh?
I'm in a similar boat because I have a ton of videos that I want to make about the new content and I haven't. So I'm in a similar boat. I need to hurry up and do that as well. Because I have a bunch of theory videos that I want to put out and a bunch of really cool ones that I think people are really going to like. So. Whee! Let's glide down into the swamp. Alright, I can probably... Let's see. Yeah, that... as long as that veteran march trick is there, I cannot get that point of... that hero point. Which is fine. I'll just go around somewhere else. Technically, we only need to defeat a couple of enemies to move on to the next map. But I think what I'm going to do is... I'm going to try to stay at level 15 for a little bit. That's the leeway that you get, right? Like, the rule is that I have to be in the next map before level 16. Alright? So that but that doesn't mean I have to go right when I am level 15, I guess. I guess I could make that an exception in the rule there. Oh my god. I'm really excited. I've been thinking, so depending on, I don't know, I haven't really heard anything from Emily, but Emily is probably going to be the one person I'm going to do pre-searing with. I gotta see, but I gotta see what she's gonna do for a class in Guild Wars 1 for our Reforged playthrough. I don't know what she's picking, but like I said, I'm thinking about doing an Elementalist, and I'm trying to think of maybe I could do like a healing Elementalist, because I was thinking, okay, maybe I could do a Mesmer, but I was like, I already have 2 Mesmers, and I was like, maybe I can do Necromancer. I was like, I already have 2 Necromancers, you know. I'm like, you know, I don't know, like what. I didn't know what to really go for at that point. Like, I'm like, but I think I only have 1 Elementalist, and she's a Water Elementalist. But if I could do like some kind of like Elementalist and have him be like a monk secondary and have him as a healer, and like make a heal focused elementalist, and then maybe later on I can change it and maybe make him like an earth elementalist or something like that. That'd be kind of cool. I think I would like that a lot. So kind of thinking about what I'm gonna do for the for this thing. Okay, so I am level 15. So let's just kind of get a little bit of experience points before we jump into the next map. Yeah. Could do that event if I can defeat that guy. Yes, free-searing is only 2 people. That is the max. That's why I was saying that about Raza earlier, because the max party size is only 2. So you could have Raza as like a henchman or something in Guild Wars and free-searing.
Keep at it for the good of the forest.
No, she's healing herself with these stupid thingies. Ow. Oh my god, she's healing from these stupid pods.
Push the attack. If she gets away, she'll pass her
Let's
corruption
end this
on to the
and
rest of her
hopefully
kind.
reach her out of her misery.
A sad task, to be sure, but a vital one. And we failed to cut her down, the corruption would have spread to the entire forest.
Really don't like Factions and Nightfall much? Really? Wanted to join. Well, I mean, pre-searing is only part of it. I don't think we're going to do too much pre-searing. So I've been thinking about like what exactly we're going to be tackling in pre-searing. I think what I'm going to do is, because you know, obviously I'm not going to have like, I'm not going to stay in pre-searing. If people want to make permanent pre-searing characters, we can like hang out in pre-searing and stuff, but I don't think that those are going to be the first characters that we're making. I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna jump in, we're gonna do the profession quests, pretty much, meaning that we're gonna the skill quests pretty much. So we're gonna just do all the 3-4 quests that we get that gets all of our skills, and I think that's what we're gonna do once we go into post-searing as well, because I think one of the things that people miss out on a lot of the time is the pretty much the free skills that you can get from doing the quests, right? People like rush through the story and stuff like that, but when you're just starting out and you don't have any money and you don't have any skill points and you don't have any skill books and you don't have any of that stuff, you don't have any of the stuff unlocked, you know, getting those early skills it's very important to be able to build like a wider variety of builds and have access to skills and stuff like that. You know, it's just important in general in a game like Guild Wars 1. So I think we're gonna do those, and we're gonna jump in. And I mean, if we're doing them for my professions, so there's 2 professions there, right? If we're doing elementalist, a monk, and then let's say she picks like a mesmer necromancer or something, you know, I don't know. So that's 4 professions that we have to do the quest for. That's probably not going to take us a long time, because if we're teaming up, you know, that's only going to take us probably like 30 minutes to an hour maybe to like run through and do these, you know, like there's not really going to be like, oh my god, we're doing hours and hours of pre-searing, you know what I mean? Like, I don't think I want to really do that. I don't think that's going to be super fun to do. So, because I want to get into post-searing, and I want to do the skill quests that you get there too, you know, like I think that's going to be important to kind of do as well. So
You got me.
Yeah, I'm crazy. I've gotten to like 40 minutes doing all quests. I know a lot about. Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing is like, you know, you can do that, right? Like you can do but we're not gonna be doing. We're not gonna. I don't think I want to do that. I don't think I want to sit there and do like the Vanguard quests with her and stuff like that. Like that's I don't want to do that, you know, like because there's a lot of game to go through and. Like I said, maybe at some point we'll make a specific character that's for her and for other people as well that are going to be like, you know, because I have a perma pre-character, you know, like we can certainly do those Vanguard quests with other people and we can kind of like hang out together in pre-searing and stuff. But I think for those first characters, it's really about like, you know, we want to go through that journey of doing the quests and getting the skills and then moving on, going into post-searing and then doing post-searing, right? And then immediately as we go into post-searing, the party size increases to 4 people, right? So we can have 4 of us all play together. And then that's going to be probably a little bit of a longer thing because there's a lot of like quests all around and I'm going to have to kind of see what skill quests we can do, what we can pick up, what we can get from different NPCs that, you know, to like increase our skill availability and stuff like that. But then as we go into the Shiver Peaks, right, which is, you know, a few hours after that, you know, that might not be in the first stream, I'm not sure, but you know, from that point on, we're gonna have the ability of having 6 people in it, right? And so I don't know. I think it'll be fine. I don't think it's gonna be really like, oh, it's just gonna be Emily and I for like 6 hours. Like I don't think that's how it's gonna be. I don't know what her availability is either. Like I don't know how long she's gonna be able to play, which means that probably as soon as she leaves, there's gonna be other people that are gonna be able to join. I'm sure she's gonna do pre-searing and stuff like that. But you know, after that, I think it's you know, open to having like other people join and stuff like that. If M doesn't mind, maybe if the bunny thing exists, you can help me get that pet, but otherwise I'll just solo a lot of pre-searing stuff and then join. Oh yeah, I mean, I think she'd be fine with that for sure, because that would probably not take that much that much effort either. I'd probably take my like pre-searing character that I have, because I probably want to get the bunny on him, because he's a warrior ranger right now, and I started a new one, and I kind of have been leveling him. He's level 10 right now, but I kind of started leveling him, and he has a warthog as a pet. But I would definitely do the bunny instead, if that is a thing, you know, or if there's something else that they add in that sense. And I'm sure she wouldn't mind. Emily is usually pretty good about stuff like that, so she's really kind, so she'll be totally fine with that, I'm sure. So, but I think it'll just be fun to kind of hang out, and the thing is, people can even play along, right? Because I'm streaming, so you can even do pre-searing as we're doing pre-searing or whatever. Right, like people can play along in their own sense, where we can meet up like once we go to like Foibles Fair or whatever, like, oh look, there's Mish or whatever, right? Like we can even meet up in different towns and stuff like that. Like, you know, it's totally fine to like have that still, because you know, it's not like we're just playing along and no one can see what's happening, but it's like you can play along because it's gonna be on stream, you know, so. Okay. I gotta get out. Yeah, it goes on a yeah, the thing is, info stuff perhaps. Yeah, I mean, just I'm sure it'll, you know, the thing is, like, there's going to be plenty of opportunity for people to play, and they're also going to come and go. Not everyone's going to be available the whole time that I'll be playing. Like, people are going to be like, oh, I gotta go for dinner, or I gotta walk my dog, or I gotta take a shower, or I gotta, you know, I'm tired, it's late, I gotta go to bed, or whatever. So people are going to come and go anyways. So it's going to be preferred like if you want to jump in to play along anyway, so that you are at the point where we are as we're playing along. You know what I mean? Because it'll be kind of annoying to have to constantly backtrack and be like, okay, well, this person isn't here yet, so I gotta go back to where they are now and then repeat that, what I just played, you know? So it'll be nice to kind of just have people jump in and be able to like, oh, okay, well, I'll join the group now or something, you know? Or whatever. I don't know, we'll see. We'll figure it out as we go. I mean, I haven't heard anything from M, I'm sure because of Thanksgiving and stuff, she's been busy. I was kind of talking to her because of the membership thing the other day, because she's been a membership. She's been a membership. She's been a member for like 2 years now. And I just changed the membership thing. So I think it's going to kick her off of the membership. So she's gonna have to like restart her membership thing, but you know, I don't think she really minds that either. To gain back that badge, because I have those badges that kind of as you are a member, you know, but I lowered the price and I'm doing more members content, so I have a bunch more planned. The first short was released already. Obviously no one has seen it yet, but as we get more members, it's a really good short too. I was very, very proud when I finished that. I was like, this is good. I'm like, I really like this. This is a really good short, and I think members are gonna really appreciate the info that's in there. So, and I have a lot more planned for those. Whoa, did you see? She was like, I don't care, I'm jumping down, and she survived all that. That was pretty fun.
You could always try guessing.
I'm good.
I don't trust lip smile.
Hi, do you know if I buy Guild Wars Prophecies Game of the Year, will I likely get the other 2 DLCs for free when Reforged drops? Yes, from what I understand, and let me double check on this because I'm not 100% certain, but and other people can chime in here as well. I think the way that works is that you do get the other games. You unlock the other games as well, right? Okay, why did I stop next to this stupid character that's gonna get on my nerves by talking the whole time? Right in my ear hole. Hold on. Gotta walk away. Yeah, so it says, if you have purchased even one of the 3 campaigns, all of them will be unlocked through Guild Wars Reforged. So yes, if you buy any of the Guild Warses right now, you're gonna get the Reforged update, meaning you have all of them will be unlocked. So that is on there. She is the membership. I mean, as of right now, she is the membership. Yes, because she's the only one that is a member. So yes, she is the membership. That's why I care about, because she's been, not only has she been a member for 2 years now on the channel. Okay, the only member. I did have another, there was a couple other people that were members for a few months in between. I think there was one person that was a member for like 3 or 4 months. And there was another person for like 2 or 3 months that was a member. But she's been continuously for 2 years, she's been a member. And not only that, but she's the only person that has bought something out of the merch store too. She bought a mug out of the merch store. So she's been a massive supporter of the channel for a long time. She's watched almost every single video, I'm pretty sure. She's commented on almost every single video. She's been just, you know, she's been in streams when there was no one else there. She was watching the streams when no one, like, literally I would sit here for 5 hours just kind of talking to her because she was the only person that was in the streams just hanging out with me, you know, as I was doing, like, even the comparison streams, which were really, really, really cool streams that I did for Guild Wars 1 and Guild Wars 2. There were certain streams where she was the only one in that stream. So she's been a massive supporter, a huge pillar of the channel for a long time. So that's why I'm like, I definitely have to make sure to include her in all of that. Not just not because I feel obligated to do it, because I want to, because I feel like it's like good people like that kind of deserve that. So. Add my hat into the ring, but even with the Ruction, I just can't do it. I understand, it's fine, and I appreciate it. I'd honestly wait for the Reforged release. I mean, you can wait for it too, but yeah, I mean, I don't know. Some people already want to get started on it, which I kind of understand too, because they want to kind of get like a head start or something. But I think the experience is going to be much better to really jump in once that update is live, and then just like play it from there or whatever, But yeah, to everyone, anyone and everyone watching too, like I appreciate, like the last video was like huge. It completely blew up. The class overview for Guild Wars 1, and obviously there's going to be a lot more streams for Guild Wars 1. Obviously it's not just going to be simply Reforged playthrough, but also I want to do like the dungeon part of it. The dungeons playthrough that we've been doing, like I want to continue that, stuff like that. Obviously Reforged like playthrough with the friends is going to kind of take precedence over all of that, but I think there's going to be a lot of stuff like content coming out. I've also kind of been thinking about like doing a Did You Know for Guild Wars 1 specifically, like a series of shorts, kind of like how I did my Guild Wars 2 Did You Knows. Kind of doing that for Guild Wars 1. I've been thinking about maybe doing that, because there's some really cool stuff in Guild Wars 1 that could be like, because there's a ton of references that they have in the game, and tons of like random things that'll happen, and there's a ton of really cool things I think that people would really appreciate. So to check that out video in a bit. Yeah, I'll definitely do. Welcome by the way. But yeah, that video, it was just like a short breakdown. It wasn't anything like, I didn't go into detail, but it was just kind of like almost like a quick reminder of like what each class was about, and just kind of talking about like the main tools that they have at their disposal, and kind of the idea behind them, the general theme, and just to give people like a little bit of an idea, because it doesn't really tell you much when you go into Guild Wars 1. Like it doesn't have like a breakdown at all. It doesn't really show you much of like what each class is about. So there's like no summary in any shape or form. So I kind of was just like, okay, well I guess I'll make a little summary. So check out that new Digimon game. I haven't had money. I don't have money. I'm really poor right now, so I've not been playing that. It's definitely, that Digimon game is definitely something I want to stream when I get it. I've been poor. I've been waiting for it to go on sale, but I think because it's been so popular, it hasn't been going on sale. But I don't have money right now. I'm so poor right now. It's crazy. We didn't do this year. This year we didn't do Thanksgiving because I just don't have money for it. So, my sister and I were talking about like doing Christmas, and we're probably gonna do a Christmas dinner, but I don't think we're gonna like. There's not gonna be presents this year again. Again, I don't know why I'm saying again, but because we did do presents last year, but yeah, it's I'm just broke AF right now, so no Digimon for me anytime soon until they put it on sale or something, and I can somehow afford it. Yeah, it's been really rough. I mean, it's like, like I said a few months ago, I had to like, I had to sell my car and stuff, and like I walk to work now, and it just, that actually helped a lot because it was so much money that I was spending on my car, which, obviously like any car nowadays you know, it's a privilege to drive a car, but yeah, I don't have a car. We don't have a vehicle at all now. So it kind of sucks because I don't have the ability to get anywhere at all ever. And yeah, it just kind of stinks, but I can't afford it. I can't afford a car right now. So that's just how it is. You know, and I'm not saying that like, oh, woe is me. Like, that's not what this is about, you know, but it's just, that's just the reality of it, you know. I'm gonna run. I'm gonna take this and I'm gonna run because I don't think I can defeat them, but I do want that point. And then luckily I was able to, I had to take out a personal loan for my roof last year, but I could only get like a really terrible rate on it, where the interest rate was 30% and it was killing me. That personal loan was killing me. And I was able to this year, right around the same time that I sold my car, I was able to refinance that loan for a lot less. So I'm saving money there every month, which was so nice. I was like, oh my god. So that's been kind of helping, but it's still, it sucks, yeah. And then boom, get pulled back down. That's how it always is, you know. It was very rough. It's been very rough this year. This year has been very, very, very rough. But you know, it is what it is. I mean, it's just, I know there's people that have it a lot worse. You know, I'm still fortunate in many other ways, and I'm not gonna sit here and complain about it. It's just, yeah, it's just kind of, right now, something like buying a $60 game or however much that is just not in the, it's just not in the books. It's just not there. I don't know. I think I should be going up there. I'm kind of just trying to decide where to go, and I've been indecisive. We all hated a fucking car anyways. It's the last remembrance of my sister, and we kind of just went out and gone. Well, there you go. Hopefully that'll lead to new, better things at some point in time. But yeah, trust me, I completely understand not having a car and not having that available. So, oh no, trust me, I 100% get what you're talking about. I completely understand what you're talking about. Because I think I would feel the exact same way if this was like, if that car was like my dad's car or something like that. I'd be like, oh, good fucking riddance. So I get it completely. But yeah, it's one of the reasons too why I've been working on content as well, because it's just kind of a way of making some passive income. Obviously, it's not a lot. I don't make a lot with YouTube. I mean, anyone that thinks that I make a ton of money with this is an idiot. Not like, you know, to be rude or anything, but like, I don't make money with this. Like just to give you guys a perspective, every stream that I put out, I make like pennies with. Like I will sit here for 4 to 5 hours sometimes, and I'll make like 25 cents for the stream. Like, just to give you guys a frame of reference. Like, if one of my videos that I spend 15 hours producing makes $2, that's a good video. Like, that's probably like, that's on the high end of the money that I make off of a video, right? But I spend 15 hours working on it, you know? So it's I don't make good money with this. This is still a hobby, and this is still just you know, it's just a hobby. It's just a cool, fun way for me to interact with people and content creation. Obviously, I would love to do this for a living, but I'm very far from that. I'm very, very far, and I don't think I'll ever get there. I don't think I'll ever get there. If I get there, you know, I'm still obviously gonna make content, and you know, this is not slowing me down from making content, because it's always been a passion project, and it's never been like that I can get to the point. But you know, it's just, the way that it is right now, it's just like impossible for me to make that a thing. It's just I don't get enough views on my channel. I don't get enough attention from in the Guild Wars community in general. Like as much as I try, I still don't. Oh, I can help out. This will help me out get another more experience punch. So anyways, but hey, maybe for like holiday season they're gonna put it on sale, so maybe I can get it then. We'll have to see. I'm not exactly sure. We'll have to see what the discount is, you know. But I really want to, because I've been seeing a lot of really good things about it, and a lot of people have been really enjoying it, and I've been really wanting to play like a new Guild Wars, or wow, Guild Wars is on my mind. A new Digimon game for a long time. Like I'm really excited for that. So I really want to play that. Oh my God, there's so many of them here. Help! Once next year rolls over, I'll see if I can't. Just gotta add you to Steam. Oh well, you're fine. I don't want anyone doing that for me. I mean, I appreciate that, but I just really like that. That's why I always tell people, like, don't just like send me money or something. Like don't just like tip me. Well, I love, you know, getting the tips and stuff like that, but I'm like, just, you know, just I don't know, just become a member for a month or something, you know, like at least you get something out of it, you know what I mean? Like it makes me feel better that I, you know, I can in a weird way like provide a service or something like that, you know what I mean? Like that's kind of what I'd rather do for people.
I need help.
Uh-oh, danger, we're in danger.
Watch the perimeter. Don't let them inside the defenses. We must hold this
or like
ground.
buy something off of the merch store or something, like, you know, things like that, where you get something out of giving me something, you know what I mean? I don't know, it's like a
Rest
like a
up
thing.
and tend to your wounds. This isn't over
This is good
yet.
opinions with an LPR I watched, and he would play the game, so it wasn't a deal obligation. It was fun. I know, and I understand, but like, I don't know. I personally feel better, you know, being able to provide a service in some, like, give something in return for something that I'm getting. Like, I know that my videos and my streams and stuff like that is a way of giving, but, you know, I don't know. I just think that, like, the memberships and the merch store is, like, a better way for me to, I don't know, I feel better about it. It just, there's something about it that makes me feel better that way. And like I said, it's just like, you know, even if someone like that gets a membership only does it for like a couple months or whatever, like that, I still get that money, you know. It's not like I don't get that, like obviously I do, you know. So and so to me, I don't know, to me it's just like kind of like I want to build up that, you know, because it's also the thing with the memberships too is the more members I get, the more things I can do with the memberships, because it has these things that you get from it that are like thresholds. So they're like, oh well, if you get this many subscribers or this many members, you can start doing this with it, or you can start doing that or whatever, you know. And then it allows me, the more members I get as well, it allows me to do different tiers of memberships. Right now I just have that, you know, I lowered the price of the entry one, but I want to do like higher tiers as well for people that maybe want to spend more money or whatever, you know what I mean, like things like that. So I don't want to do that.
Alert!
Right now I'm doing a warrior. But I'm doing a challenge run, so this is like a little bit different than regular leveling. So this is not the Guild Wars 2 leveling experience that is very typical, but I'm doing a specific challenge run with my own set of rules that I've put on it. One of which is permadeath. So let's hope I don't die, because we already have died this stream. It's like a real life reward track in a way, right? Like, and so, you know, because I have like 40 of the, you know, obviously they're available on the Discord, but I have 40 of the emojis, right, that are available, and the more members I have, the more emojis I can add to the memberships, so that we can use all of these emojis, because I want people to be able to use them, because they're freaking... First of all, I paid for those, so I want to get my use out of the money there. That's why I added them everywhere. But on top of that, I also, you know, I just think that they're really cute, and I want everyone to use them and be able to use them, and, you know, so that kind of means that in a way the memberships, we kind of level those up, because the more members we have, the more emojis we have available, right? So that kind of enhances that a little bit as well. So I don't know, that's kind of my thought process behind all of that. Like I said, I would rather have people do that than, you know, there's been so many people that have like sent over the years, you know, it's like there hasn't been many people, like, doesn't happen all the time, but when I do have people, like, they, you know, they send in tips, I'm like, I appreciate that, I really do, but I'd rather have people either subscribe on Twitch or become members on YouTube, and I'd rather have people be members on YouTube because YouTube is still my main platform, you know, and I'd rather have people become members there because obviously I'm looking to do more. Like, I want to do members only content, and maybe even like members only like streams and big videos, right? Like, I'm gonna be starting to do what I'm gonna start doing is I'm gonna start making members have access to videos like 3-4 days earlier, right? And so they can watch the videos earlier, and so there's like this, you know, kind of this another incentive of becoming a member, right? It's like you get to see it right away, and you don't have to wait. You know, which is kind of like it's you know, it's just another thing that I can kind of want to add in there, kind of show appreciation for the people that support it. But again, it's kind of like a give and take thing. You know, you give me money and I give you extra things. You know, it makes me feel better about it. Because then I feel like I'm not just like, oh yeah, give me money, because I hate asking for handouts. I don't, and that's what it feels like to me when people like tip me. It feels like they're tipping me, and it's like charity. Like, here's some money for you, because I feel like you just. I'm like, no, just become a member or something. Do something. I don't know. It's me. I'm weird about that, and it's just, I know it's probably just a thing with me. So it's probably not normal, but that's just how I feel about it. Alright, so we're level 17. Oh. I'm the weird one where I don't mind free money freebies. Yeah, I mean, there's certain times, like, I have a lot of people at my job now. They, you know, obviously they see me go through all of the stuff that's been happening with me and stuff. And like for Thanksgiving, you know, I told them, I said, yeah, well, you know, I kind of canceled Thanksgiving, and it didn't happen this year because, you know, my sister doesn't have a job, and you know, I'm the only one making money right now, and we just don't have it to do a Thanksgiving dinner. Like, I don't have the funds for that, you know. And also I was working all weekend, and so it was gonna be like kind of weird anyways. And so I had all these people like bring me like Thanksgiving dinner. I've been eating for the last like 3 days off of other people's Thanksgiving dinners that they've been bringing with me, which is super kind. But it makes me feel weird because I'm like, man, I feel like a freaking charity case because everyone's just like handing me all these things, you know, which is, it's kind, and I appreciate that so much. I really do, but it just makes me feel icky, like, in a way. I don't know. So Like, I hate that. I'm just like, I don't like that. So far, this run has been really, pretty smooth. It's been pretty smooth so far. Now that I say that, I'm probably gonna die soon, but you know what? I'll say it anyways. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with, like, if someone is giving you something, right, and they're, you know, and like, as long as you don't, like, abuse that in any shape or form or whatever, there's nothing wrong with that. Like, taking, not necessarily handouts, but like taking, you know, if someone's offering help in any shape or form like that, you know, or a kind gesture or whatever, there's nothing wrong with that at all. You know, if they're doing it on out of their own volition, like, you know, why not, you know? But it's just for me personally, I don't know, I've never liked that. I don't know if it's a pride thing or what, but I'm like, no, let me provide a service to you, and then you can, like, give me money and I provide a service to you, and then that way it's like, you know, I feel like it wasn't just like, hey, here is money. Like, it's just like, oh, thanks for giving me this and I'm paying you for that. Like, it's a service I provide in a way, you know? I just have people come at me about it all the time, mostly because they're jealous. I've never really asked or begged my entire life to just give me shit. Yeah, well, and that's, well, I mean, I don't know, jealousy, you know? It's just people jealous that they're not getting free. I mean, I don't know. It's not really, the point isn't really about the free stuff, right? It's like you're helping someone in need of it, you know? And if other people can't understand that, that sounds like they're just idiots. So, I don't know. Where did I get the backpack again? There was is it the mayor that gives me the, is there anything I can do? Sickened villagers. Oh yeah, okay, he gives it to me. So I get this cool little backpack now. I wish this was a backpack skin. Does anyone else think that? I feel like that should be a back piece skin. I don't know why it's not, but it really should be. No one's sick here. Is there a time limit on this? There is 10 minutes. Whee! Oh, look at that. It worked out perfectly. Fun to play, legit. Only one that's dropped off for me is Antiquary. Ooh. Controversial. I haven't played any of them. Yeah, I don't know. I need to get into playing some of those. I haven't played any of them. I like, what's it called? Oh my god, I played Conduit. No, I'm not helping you. Go away. I played Conduit. You know, I played the whole story, like the whole synopsis video. I played through as a Conduit, and that was fun. I enjoyed that. I still feel like the other ones are better. There's some, like I said, I think the one thing that really bothers me about Conduit is the 2 pibs of energy that are missing. If that could be lowered to just 1 pib that they reduce in that, I think I would feel better about that. I need a water bucket, right, to cleanse the fish here. Oh, there's a sick villager. I really like Gale Shot. I think Gale Shot is super fun. Ritualist, I only played a little bit. I was thinking today about maybe jumping back into Ritualist a little bit. I need to jump into Ritualist. I want to do some Ritualist stuff because it's actually, I actually enjoy the way that the changes that they've done to it from beta to release. And I did only play a little bit because I was, you know, obviously I wanted to work on like my legendary, and I wanted to work on the story synopsis and stuff like that. But now that that's kind of calmed down, I want to maybe jump into that. I haven't tried Amalgam at all. Why is there no water? There's water buckets somewhere. They must be down by the water. I don't know why I'm looking all the way up here. They must be down here, right? Aren't they usually on the right here somewhere? Aren't they like over here somewhere? Usually? Water bucket. Water bucket. No
There's a certain
water
pattern to
bucket.
it that just settles your mind. Comes up.
I never thought of it like that.
Am I crazy? I think I'm crazy. Amalgam is perfection. Luminary is way more fun than it deserves. Should be. Just wish Init would activate some kind of Condi burn spec with it. Oh, there's a sick villager. Yeah, I heard a lot of good things about Luminary. Maybe a relic that agrees 3 stacks of burn to enemies when you detonate light aura. That'd be fun. It could work on a few other classes, which was really strong and tanky. Is there anything I can do? Toxic sludge. Contaminated. Marks will help us out. Ruins of the tower to the west of us. Clear floating sludge away. What happened to the water? Wait, are the water buckets up here? No. I don't see any. Am I crazy? Where are those stupid water buckets? Such an easy way to get this heart done. It's taking me way longer than it should. I don't want to go in the water because the toxic sharks are really strong. Oh, there's a sick villager. I feel like I'm going crazy. Look at our little crab friends hanging out. I thought there was like at least a bucket in here somewhere. Do they not spawn? Is there like a bug or something? Who else has light aura available? Doesn't Thief? I don't think Thief has. Doesn't Elementalist have access to light aura or something? There's other light auras that they have available. Like, isn't there a relic that gives you light auras? Or something? I thought Elementalist had a trait or something that caused like a light aura. I feel like I remember having light aura on my Elementalist at some point in time. There it is. I found a water bucket. I don't know why there's none anywhere else, but right here. Okay. One water bucket, please. We're just washing the toxic right off of this. That makes it safe to sell and eat. Like, this piece of fish is rigged with cancer. Just wash it off. It's fine. Wash it off with like some lake water. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Necro can do light aura burn specs if they had a burn for. There's a relic that gives light aura. That wouldn't work if they had enough. I know, but I'm saying I think that's one way to get a light aura. It used to be. There used to be a. Well, it used to be part of the. It was like the 6th tier of a rune. I'm pretty sure that's when they first introduced it. When they first introduced light auras, they introduced a rune that on the 6th slot gave you like light aura. So and I think they turned that into a relic when they took those bonuses away, those 6 bonuses. I think. Could be wrong. go up there. No one ever goes up this path. I wish they would like add an event here. Cause it's actually kind of cool when you go up there. Well, we're gonna do a little travel. We're gonna go up there. GTA 6 delayed again. Wow, are we disappointed? GTA 6 delayed again until November 2026. Just got the notification on here. Wow. You saw a lot of build potential. Taking away my Flesh Reaver. Well, but the Flesh Reaver was a sigil. Wasn't it? I still have that backpack.
Help me over here!
He says, help me over here, and she's like, nah. You always say stuff that I do all the time. What do you mean? But whenever I'm in a map, I like to explore a lot, no matter how many times I've been in it. What do you mean? You always say stuff that I do all the time. So Val, oh, I don't disagree with you. I would love to have the Flesh Reaver. For sure. Oh yeah, for sure. They could definitely do a Flesh Reaver relic. I don't see a reason for that not to exist. They have a freaking golem. See, so there could be an event here. Oh, you always go up this path? Yeah, they could be like there's these toxic oozes here. I feel like there's some kind of remnant because it kind of is this open area here, and then they have these weird oozes. And it's so weird to me because I'm like, well, was there like an event at some point planned? Oh my god. This was dangerous. I don't know why I attempted this. Well, but that's the thing is like, we both have that same mind of like the explorer, and so it's like, we've both played this game so much that we tend to go to the areas that we haven't been to as much because it's like, oh, I've seen this area 100 billion times, but like this area I've only seen 1 billion times, so I need like 100 times more going that path. That's just how we think. Alright. Rabbit bait. Can I kill the rabbit? Oh my god, I can kill the rabbit before it gets there. That's so brutal. Yeah, I wonder what announcement they're... Like, I'm thinking, like, maybe they're gonna do some kind of announcement tomorrow. I don't know. They've been talking about some kind of Guild Wars announcement, and they've been hinting at it for the last, like, 5 days now, so... I'm really curious to see what they're gonna announce. Like, why would they be hyping up some kind of announcement if it's just gonna be like, and we're also adding, new settings for bloom effects. Like, that's not something that you need to hype up. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like something that you hype up for like 5 days on social media has to be something significant. So I have no idea what they're gonna be announcing for Guild Wars 1, but I think it's gonna be something good. Oh, look at him, he loves his little rabbit. The habit of summoning. So I mean, they do. They certainly do. But I also feel like this is not entirely ArenaNet. This is also the 2 Weeks team because they're the main guys behind all of that stuff. So I feel like, I don't know. I'm optimistic too. I mean, maybe they're just trying to get like as much. Whoa, it's a floating bunny. Maybe they're just trying to get like as much hype as they can for the actual release of the Reforged update, which I get too. You know, they're trying to get that to be like, you know, really. I think part of it, and I kind of talked about this last time, but I think part of this whole Reforged update is that they're trying to show, like NCSoft, you know, that hey, there's still interest in Guild Wars 1, and maybe we can, you know, allocating some of our resources towards that is not necessarily a bad idea. Where are you going with my supplies? Come back here, you. Look at them. Look at them carrying the supplies. They look so doofy. Look at them. It's like, we gotta get the supplies. We gotta put them in the thing. They look so human the way they like carry it. Look at them. Like so dumb. Look at them go. I don't know where they're gonna bring those, but I'm just gonna follow these guys. Whoa! Alright, well. Ooh, Guild Wars 1 music. Speaking of, huh? Ah! How did that hurt the... Did you guys see that? The north... I hurt... By that last bomb that I dropped hurt this pillar. Okay, so that one is already collapsed. Oh. I was like, I don't see any more explosives. Ah! There's like an entire freaking tribe of men after me. Etten men. That didn't do this central pillar? Oh my god. That's so stupid. Can you please... Okay, there we go. Got it. Playing... After thoroughly playing all the Vote specs, I can safely say my favorite side is Shroud combat conversion mechanic. But I ended up liking Amalgam, Ritualist, Luminary, and Gale Shot the most likely. Interesting. Interesting. Alright, I'm not gonna finish this event. There's no people here, so they can do the event. They can partake in the event. I'm gonna grab some supplies and bring those back, I think. There we go. Andy's a new favorite, always liked Ellie. Yeah, I have a feeling, I don't know, I feel like they're going to be balancing some of those as well. But mechanically, I think a lot of them are super fun, too. Is no one finishing that event up there? That's so annoying. I literally wanted to give people the opportunity to do the event, and then they're not doing it. I'm like, really? You guys are leveling characters and you're not doing the event? So stupid. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Nope. I didn't mean to do that. I can't die. Go away. What? How did that hit me? I was so far away. Oh my god, really? Just how was I in the area for that? Fucking core game not giving me a fucking ground target. Bullshit. I'm gonna lose this run because of a technicality. So annoying. Please just die. Oh my god. I didn't lose. I gotta run away. Woo! That was scary. That was so... I was like, I'm gonna just try it. I was gonna try it, and it worked out. I was like, hell yeah.
You see the toxic shark they pulled out of the lake the other day?
This caravan needs some
I did.
extra protection. Please let me know if you can assist them.
That was so freaking close. Alright. I gotta do some... Okay, so... Alright, perfect. They finished that event. I was like, come on. Someone has to finish that freaking event, right? Jeez. Now I can work... I don't know where those... Are those two the Ettins that account towards the 3? It says 3 Ettins, but I only see 1. Yeah, my dodging was like way off. Oh god, there they are. Ah! That's bad. I was like, I'm not. Are you kidding me? Oh, now there's 5 Ettins. Wait, how did they ink? I'm not even gonna try this. There's too many Ettins. Why is there Ettins everywhere? I'm gonna die and I'm gonna lose to this. I don't want that. I don't want to lose to that. That is stupid to me. It's gonna collect this and then run these back, and that's all I need. Oh. Take the stupid supply, dude. Alright. Done and done. Now we can go down here. Look at that weird pixelated part of the cloud. Level 21. Do I not have anything? I could probably go this way. For like lower level stuff. Because I don't want to die. These guys are going to be like super high level. This is where we died last time, if you guys remember it. I went into that cave like an idiot. I gotta get out of here. These guys are way too strong. Axe focus is fun on Luminary. I really like focus on Guardian. Yeah, I'm gonna go to that other area because I think I can have like... I think the hearts up here are a little bit lower level than what I'm dealing with right now. Ooh, stretchy. Wee. Nope. No, thank you. Almost there. It says Miko's human form, but it's a Sylvari. It's not really human, is it? I guess you're in the shape of a human, but human form would imply that you are a human. So what's up with that, Miko? No more enemies? Okay. Hey, I got bronze. I'm okay with that. Yeah, Miko, you son of a bitch. Get just like really irrationally mad at someone like that. Oh my god, I'm sure there are people like that on the internet. You meet all kinds of people on the internet. Centaur Cam. Can we help protect that? We probably can. Yeah, I'm very excited for Wednesday though. It's just kind of nice. Like I said, for me, it's just having people go back into Guild Wars 1. And it'll be nice. Like one of the things that I really find, that I always find exciting is the art for the skills. It's a great, the artwork is so nice, and having HD versions of those now, oh my god, it's gonna be so amazing. I can't wait for that. All right, I don't know why I'm thinking like solo fighting. Like, no, thanks. I'll wait up here with the friends. Oh god. It's enough to get me to enjoy the game. I don't care if the base game isn't graphically enhanced. The skills looking crisp is enough. Yeah, that, but there are actually like a couple of graphical improvements that they're doing. Like to just see like the, you know, the general like lighting and whatever else, you know, like they're improving some stuff too. So it's gonna look a little bit better for sure, you know. And probably run a little bit better on newer machines and stuff. And like they're adding like different resolutions in there and stuff like that, so that's gonna be really nice. Yay! And I leveled up from that. It's awesome. Awesome shosh. Is there character models down the road? Yeah, I think like that type of stuff. There's a lot of little things that they could do to like on like maybe skill animations, maybe making those a little bit, because some of the I mean no one really looks at the skill animations, you know. It'd be kind of nice to make them maybe a little bit more visible, like kind of enhance the visibility of those, because some of them actually do have some cool effects to them, but you can't really see them most of the time because they just kind of get drowned out by everything else. So yeah, you know what? I'm not even gonna bother with this because this bitch is strong as hell, and I'm not here for it. I will be leaving. So, goodbye.
I could use some help.
Oh, what's up? Freaking! I was like, why am I losing so much health?
Got me.
What? When did this happen? With the 3 named Wavehawks. Oh yeah, that's so cute. It's such a random thing, but yes, I remember that too. Excuse me.
Get over here and
Oh
help
my
me!
god, what? Ow, no. Dude, if I die here... Whoever this person is, they're brand new to the game, and I absolutely love it. Oh my god. No, you don't. No, you don't. Yes, you do. God damn it. If I die here, I'm gonna cry. He's going down.
If only I could.
There you go. Get it. No. I'm sorry. Wish I could do more, but simply cannot. Jesus, they're so strong. Get out of here.
I give up.
No, stop it. Stop it. No, I almost had you. Whatever. I'm leaving. Not worth it. Yeah, I meant to look for them, but it's not even just run into stuff. Oh yeah, for sure. That's what that's what I kind of tried to do for a long time. You know, I go in and I try to, like, you know, see what an achievement, like sometimes ArenaNet, like when they add achievements into the game, it's like, it's so stupid. It's like, find the green dot. Like, bro, can you give me a little bit more? There's some achievements that like give you no hints as to what you need to do, and they're really confusing. And then there's some that are like, they explain like, oh, go here, do this, talk to this person, and it's like, oh, okay, well that's easy, you know. So I just try to do as many as I can on my own, and then once I hit like that little, oh, there's an elite in here. I don't think I've ever, have I been in here? I'm sure I have at some point in time, but oh my god, I'm dying so quickly. I'm dead.
Another one down.
Wow. I literally just died to this
Someone
again.
get over here and help me.
I was just trying to get through here. I don't think I can make that. I don't know if I can kill him in time. Oh, I did it. Let me run away, please, please. Please. Oh my god. This is insane. Oh, jeez, my heart's like beating. I mean, it always beats, but it's beating really fast, really quickly. Level 21, level 20. Can I just get through here without dealing with these guys? Run, run, run. Isn't this like the level 18 hard here? Okay, I think I should be safe. God. Screw that. You know what Lumina reminds me of? Arena Forge and the stances? What? Kinda feels like they wanted to give Guardian conjure weapons but didn't want to commit to conjure utility skills, so they combined it all into shroud form and stances. Doesn't it really? I mean, I don't know. I feel like if anything feels more like a conjured weapon, it would be like Bladesworn and Gale Shot, because you conjure a weapon that you then use the skills of. Like, conjure weapons don't have utility skills, and they're not stances either. So I don't know, it doesn't really, to me personally, it doesn't remind me of that, but like I said, Gale Shot is more, it feels more like a conjured weapon, because you literally conjure a bow, like a bow made out of wind, and use that to attack, you know what I mean? So, that's level 22. Wait, did I already do the level 18? That's 17, oh I did. Oh, 19, 20, oh god. But they have skills. With only 2 skills each, was so. Yeah, I don't know. It just doesn't feel like different weapons when you're in the forge, you know? Alright, this part here, I can collect the remnants. Yeah, I don't know how well I'm gonna do here. So I'm gonna collect the remnants. And I can put purifiers out. As long as I don't die to hallucinations. Air purifier. What? Okay, I don't know why I didn't press a button. I don't know why my character
Keep them off
just
of
like...
my tail, and we will get this done.
I really love the animation on this. That's cool. Yeah, I don't know. Luminary kind of feels thrown together to me still. Like a bunch of different concepts and they all just kind of come together as something. Same with the Antiquary. Which, it is what it is. I don't need to like all of them, you know, I really don't. I just think that they're varied enough to the point where we're gonna see a lot of different ones being played. Once balance kind of takes hold, it kind of actually balances them out and not has them like be super overpowered to other ones, because obviously you know they're going to be nerfing some of them. You know, it'll probably be Paragon because they already nerfed Paragon and they absolutely hate Warrior, so they're probably going to nerf it a little bit more. So we're probably going to see even less Paragon. I already don't see that many out and about, but we're probably going to see even less Paragon, Paragons or whatever. I can see them not wanting to do conjure weapons, because what do you do for a heal? Conjure weapon that heals? Why not? Have a weapon that heals, but like as you conjure it, it does like a big heal, but then you actually have it like. Why can't I pick up an air purifier? What is going on with that? Can I, did I try to, wait, did I just not, I think I talked to her. Yeah, Paragon kind of low for me down there with the Antiquary. Just need to find a weapon in Paragon that feels good. Getting bored of Fear's staff. Yeah, it's, I don't know, it's kind of weird. It doesn't really have that much going for it. It's fun to me, but I still, compared to like something like Spellbreaker, I just love the Spellbreaker, like, I don't know, I just love the Spellbreaker gameplay, right? Like, interrupting enemies at any point and like sending damage back to them is just so fun to me. Been trying rifle recently. Rifle is so lame to me. It's just like 1 pew, 2 pew, 3 pew. It's like, oh god, so lame. They could be doing so many more interesting things. His sexy voice saying on your knees. Yeah, I wish we could turn those off too, because I just really, I find those so irritating. I don't know if they fixed that or not, but not being able to turn off the shouts is really irritating me, so. Can I run a different purifier, or is that, no, that one's still doing its thing. Let's see. Is there another location for a purifier somewhere? Well, there's an event. A veteran toxic worm, probably gonna kill me. Char was too aggressive. Well, that's Char for you. I guess that's a good Char. I need to do more Char stuff. I need to add more Chars to my characters. There's so many neat races that go to except human, but I end up playing Sylvari only for some reason. And that's okay. I play mostly humans. I have some Sylvari. I have a couple of Norn. I started appreciating Norn more recently. I only have one Asura. I only have 2 Char, I want to say, out of like 30 characters or whatever I have, so. But yeah, I can appreciate Sylvari for sure. I just love how the, you know, in the space of the fantasy world, they feel kind of unique, you know, and I think it's not necessarily that they're actually made out of trees or whatever, you know, but I think what I like about them the most is that, you know, they represent the elven race in Guild Wars 2. I know they're not elves, obviously, right? But you know, they represent that aspect of like the fantasy world. But in every other like fantasy world, the elves are usually the like old wise, like, oh, we were here way before the humans were, right? But like it's different in Guild Wars 2, where like they're the newest race, and something about that is really appealing to me. Where it's like, you know, it's super reversed, where it's like the elven race is not these ancient creatures, right? They're the newest ones, and it's just, I don't know, something about that is really cool. On top of course, the idea that they are actual tree people and that they have like their own like unique look to it, and I like that they have like a glow at night, and you know, there's a lot of lore to like about them for sure. So then it's Norn, then Asura, Char, Human are dead last. I want to play Asura and Char a bit more, but I always end up going back to Sylvari for some reason. Yeah, I mean, you know, you just like what you like, you know, as I'm the same way. I mean, I've had so many Char characters that I've deleted over the years because I just don't like the Char animations. I've always wanted like bipedal Char, and you can only get that if your weapon is drawn, but other than that, they like run on all fours. And something about that really irritates me, and so like every time I see that, I'm like, ugh. It's like I want my weapon drawn constantly. I wish there was an option to do that. Because I really liked the upright walking Char that you see in Guild Wars 1. Really enjoyed those, but yeah. All fours is like the one thing I like really. Well, and you know, and that's the thing. I think there's a lot of people that appreciate that. I don't know. I don't like that. Now drop bundle in the air. So, but hey, to each their own, you know. It's kind of nice because I really think all the races are very unique to each other. And they all have like their own voice actors, and you know, some animations are different, like the way that certain like characters carry swords, and great swords specifically, you know, it's different, and the jumping is different, and the like dodge animation is different, and so it's kind of nice that we have options in that sense, you know. But yeah, I kind of want to do more Asura stuff. I know there's many people that are just like all about Asura. To me, the idea that they're like this little like race of little creatures is just kind of, to me, like I'm the hero of the story, right? And I just feel like having this little guy be the hero is just so weird in my head, I guess. So I can never really, I don't know, I guess connect to them or something. Can I break this? No. Oh God, level 24. I have to get out of here. This is too rich for my blood. I like that all the mounts have inertia when you turn. Oh yeah, the mount movement is so good. The mounts are fantastic in this game. It's literally the one of the best things when they introduced mounts. Was like just the animations and stuff. The weight behind all of them was so good. Asura dodging the way they do is one reason I'll never go Mirage on them. I can see that. I like Asura in technology. It's very pretty. Yeah, it's really cool. I like it too. I guess the unexploded shots I could do as well. Oh my God. Take that. But yeah, I don't know. It's kind of nice to have. Obviously, there's like certain race and class combinations that I find kind of fit together the most. But it's also nice to kind of step away from those. A little bit. Like that's always a, you know, because we have like race and class combinations in Guild Wars 2. In Guild Wars 1, we had dual classing combinations, right? Like that kind of took the same spot, you know, because it's like, oh yeah, what are you? Oh, you're gonna do you know, like I have one character. I put it in my short that I had about the campaigns that I just released the other day. I talked about. You know, at the very end, you can kind of see my Necromancer, who is a assassin secondary, and it's like a Shadow Mage spellcaster. It's actually super fun, you know. It's very different to what regular Necromancer. It's not very strong, and I probably would have to look at that build again, but it's kind of a fun build to have. So I like fantasy universes that have races with oddly highly advanced technology at greater or lesser degrees. The Dwemer and Elder Scrolls are also pretty neat. Yeah. And Asura are right up there, you know. I don't like when it like intrudes too much, right? There's like certain moments where I'm like, well, okay, now we're leaning too much into that, right? And we're kind of stepping away from technology too much. So I think the way that they presented it in Visions of Eternity is really cool. You know, where they have this juxtaposition of like, we're going to this island that's very magically based, but then the enemies that we're facing are very like technologically advanced. So you kind of have like this contrast there, where you see them like, you know, kind of invading the space, the Inquest, you know, and just kind of ruining and abusing the environment and nature there. So I think that's really cool. I think they did a great job so far with integrating the Inquest into the newest expansion. We'll see how that continues. But
more will come.
Just want to finish the heart. Oh my god. Moose Shadow Gadget. An interesting name. Sounds like some kind of like anime character. Have a good night. Thank you, Mish King. They dodge when it was like a Sura upgrade. Yeah. Have a good night, Mish King. I'll maybe see you tomorrow when I'm live. It's such a unique clash when it works. Like Final Fantasy games do the high-tech fantasy clash. Well, some of them, yeah, a lot of them do, right? Like many of them do. In some of them, it feels. I'm trying to think. Like in some of them, it kind of feels a little out of place and kind of a little random. But many times it's always explained that like the Empire is the one that's like has all the Magitech and stuff like that, where like all the other whatever the other groups are, you know, they lean more on like just the magics. Oh my god, inventory is full. But yeah, for the most part, I think they do a good job with it too. I'm selling these patches because I don't care. Ooh, I can destroy this. But yeah, I'm usually more towards the fantasy. I like the magics and the magician types and the knights and the dragons and the like that type of stuff. That or I like a good like a Bloodborne aesthetic, like a gothic. You know, like an old English gothic with like gargoyles and like that type of stuff. You know, like the Kurzik and the Echovald, like that type of stuff. Like those are usually appealing to me in a fantasy setting. So there's also other things in Final Fantasy, like in 7, materia and weapons and some generators and stuff. Yeah, I mean I have like other, I guess other things that is not just Magitech. I'm not super well versed in like that type of Final Fantasy things. I've played a lot of them, but yeah, I'm trying to think, but like I'm not very I don't know. I guess I haven't played enough Final Fantasy games. I've always wanted to get into 14, but just can't do it.
Behave yourself.
The plot of Final Fantasy VI is that the Empire wants to utilize magic for technology and slave spirits to empower people, and the other armies factions want magic and spirits to be free and wild. Yeah, that's a very common theme. I feel like in a lot of like games and stuff like that. But some just know how to like execute that really well, and some games don't. Or it's also like many games or even movies and stuff kind of deal with, you know, it's like post-apocalyptic where like, oh, you know, this is like there used to be all this technology, and then you know they did something and it destroyed the whole world, and now there's, you know, now years later you have these people that are kind of, you know, they're like, oh, magic is now part of the world, and like technologies from like the ancients or whatever, you know, it's like that type of stuff. Like, that's kind of cool to me, too. I like that a lot. A big fan of Final Fantasy. I'm a big Final Fantasy fan, Jesus. 13 has also some kind of fantasy sci-fi split, but it's also a very different take. I would say that the games with Magitech tend to have less focus on the tech. Like 7 and 13 have a bigger focus on the tech. Yeah, I like 13 a lot too. 13 was fun. I want to do, at some point I want to do a playthrough on the channel of all the 13 games, because I have all of them. I just have never really played through all of them, so it'd be kind of nice to do that. So that's definitely something I want to do at some point. Well, we already know what the next playthrough is going to be, but right now I'm focused. I want to focus on making videos. Because we got to get them theory videos out. You guys know how it is. I liked 13 quite a bit. As 7 is a deeply more personal story. The battle system story is a bit not great in some areas, but the overall story is pretty good. Yeah, I love the battle system in 13. I thought that was always really, really good. Can I get this? Do I need to go all the way in? I don't want to go all the way in. I'm scared. I'm scared of dying. I don't want to die. I don't want the run to be done yet. We're doing so good. And I've had so many clutch, like, victories that I don't want this to end. Mostly like 13 because of the second one. I like the third one the most, but that was kind of me because it reminded me a lot of like Majora's Mask, which was like one of my childhood favorites. I also used to be addicted to Final Fantasy 14. I have over 5,000 hours in that game. If you play it, you never have to pay for it. Yeah, I know. I just hate the. I don't like the combat. The one thing that keeps. I love the lore. I love the characters. I love the story. I love the animations. I love the way it looks. I hate the movement and the combat. It's so boring to me. I don't know. I just can't get over it. I've tried so many times. I see 13-2 as a pseudo-spiritual successor to Chrono Trigger, Chrono Cross. Well, yeah, because there's that whole, like, time travel thing, right? My best friend says he liked that one more, so I'm working my way through 13 so I can get to that finally. Leaving for real. Leaving for real name. For real now. Everything goes boring and the events world is boring too, honestly. I don't know, I love the world. The world to me is fun, but it's just the combat. I'm a weird Final Fantasy fan. I also really like Final Fantasy 12. I liked 12 as well. It had like I liked the way that the combat worked in that. It was a little bit more active. Most Final Fantasy fans don't like that one or 13. Yeah, I like both of those actually. I thought they were both pretty good. I still think like 13 has like a really cool ending. Really enjoyed it. The combat is definitely more traditional tab targeting. Yeah, it's just, and wow, I know, it's just something about that. It's like once you play that same class and you like play it for so many hours, it just becomes such a. I'm like, I don't want to. I don't. Like, I feel like as you move on, they don't really give you new tools to your class either to make it feel fresh. Like going through and playing the class, you get some new skills here and there. Oh my god, I'm dying. Why am I dying? Why is there so many sharks? Where did they come from? Ah. Ah. Leave me alone! That's why I hate going in this freaking lake. Oh god, there's another shark coming. I'm getting out of here. I don't know. It's just like as you level up, they don't give you like new tools or new like. It doesn't feel really interesting, you know. I really like the way that Guild Wars 2 has like elite specialization, so it's like you can change it up, and it really kind of changes up how the class plays and stuff. I know that they have like other classes, but then you have to like get equipment for other classes in Final Fantasy 14, and then it's like you have to level those separately, and it's like, I don't know, there's just something about it that just, you know, it's just not for me. And I'm not saying it's bad, you know, it's just not for me, because obviously people love it, the game. So it's like the combat, and then like I said, the classes kind of become a little boring to me. I'm gonna not get that. I guess I'm gonna go down into that cave because we can definitely do that. So, but like I said, the story is really, really good. I enjoyed it. I enjoy the animations. I think it looks very clean, very, very Final Fantasy. You know, it's very. The animations are really good. Like, I don't know. It's just I like the abilities. I like the different classes and what they're all about. You know, it's just those couple of things that kind of holds me back. In Final Fantasy 14, leveling other classes takes less time than your main. There's a passive experience with all classes that gives you 100. Yeah, but even then, it's just, it kind of feels like, because, you know, if I'm into the game, like, I want to continue, like, where I am and not, like, go back to, like, other places where I wasn't before. I don't know. It's just, again, it's probably just a thing that I have. I'm not, yeah, transform me. Pig magic! Barf on me! Alright, cool. Real piggy. Can I forage? On the trouble. Run fast while you gain health. Woo-hoo! There you go. A lot of gears cross class, gears more like role based, not class based. Yeah. Want to go through range caster or melee caster, and that's a problem for sure. Yeah, and that's kind of what I try to do. Like, I guess that's probably an issue with just me, again, because that's what I try to do. I don't want to go from one caster to another caster. So it's like, you know, if I want to go from, like, usually my main is, what is it, Scholar? I think? Wait, did I not get it? I guess I didn't. Alright, I'm gonna try to do the... But yeah, when I'm going from Scholar, like, I want to do, like, Dragoon or something, you know, and it's like, oh, that's very different, and yeah, I don't know. Like I said, it's probably just a thing with me, you know. Maybe at some point I'll try it out, I'll get into it or something, I don't know, but as of right now, I've tried, like, multiple times, and I think I still have it installed on my computer, but and I also don't have time right now. I have so many videos to work on. Like, you guys don't understand how many videos I've been working on, and, like, it takes me such a long time to work on videos. So I'm like, I just really, and I really want to do it. You know, I really want to get these videos done. So, okay, can I fight? Oh, I can. Oh, that takes me out of it. Okay, that's fine. That's not breaking anything. That's not breaking any challenger rules, so... Challenge run rules, okay. But gear isn't really... But gear isn't really that difficult to come by, in my opinion. I mostly play games with stories in my time with Final Fantasy over for good, probably, unless other expansions come out. Yeah, I'm usually story oriented too. Scholar is good because they can also be summoner, only class that can do that. Yeah, and I do like that, and I do like the I do like summoner as well. Summoner is fun too. So I have done that where I've leveled both of those. My god, so much damage. Get out of here. Go. Go, 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 go. I don't want to deal with you. Do someone else. Bother someone else. Yeah, nobody's... I know. It's just, you know, between my job and content creation, I just, you know, and And there's a couple of games here and there that I've been playing, right? Like I've been playing some different games, on and off. But I usually find myself like jumping back into the same games right now. Like I started playing Elden Ring again because I'm like, man, I kind of miss that game. So I started a new run of that the other day, and so that's kind of after work I do that. But then there's many times where like I will interrupt that and be like, okay, I gotta write a script, or I gotta record for video, or I gotta like, you know, jump into Guild Wars 1 because that's gonna be a new thing, you know. So I've been leveling a character there. So, you know, there's kind of that. Like I said, maybe at some point in time I'll jump into Final Fantasy 14. I don't know. I also want to start my new playthrough series on the channel, so that's gonna take some time. You know, I can do that. Luckily, I can do that anytime, so I'll probably be sitting here like late at night at like 3 o'clock in the morning recording like episodes for that or whatever. So, but you know, it's still a good game, and I'm sure that many people to transform into truffle hungry person hero. No. Going underwater with the Togadol. Incursion is happening in 10 minutes. And then, of course, Guild Wars 2 is keeping me busy too, because, you know, I mean, it's like I'm always working on like a new character or a new legendary or whatever. I think there's going to be a point, I don't know when, but there's going to be a point where I'm probably like kind of done making legendaries. I don't know if it's going to be like once I have every weapon available and I have every like armor slot, like every slot is filled with a legendary or something, and then maybe I'll have time to like do other things and maybe step away a little bit from Guild Wars 2. I don't know, but that's still like way far in the future. Because right now, what do I have? I have wasn't there a 5th video that I have 4 videos that I have on my whiteboard, but I know there was a 5th one that I was thinking about that I didn't write down. I don't remember. I'm sure it'll come to me once I start making those. I think I'm kind of remembering what it was, but I don't know if that was it. That's okay. All right, where are we at? Let's see. Oh god. Well, we're almost dead. This is rough. I don't want to go back in that late. I'm gonna try to just get other things. Alright, I'm gonna try to get what I can here, then venture over here, because from here, we're gonna have to go here. So, we're gonna do some stuff here. What level am I? 19. See, that's the problem with the humans, is like, once I get to the second map, so I'm thinking like I might have to try other races again. Norn is kinda didn't really work out for this challenge. So maybe Char? I remember Char was really good with like the early level, but then dropped off because we had to fight, but that was before we used the weapon for this. So now that we have a weapon, Char might be the go-to, so I don't know. maybe I'll try a char for this challenge. I'm also really hungry, so I'm probably gonna head out in a minute because I'm starving right now. I need food. And then tomorrow I'm probably gonna just do some Guild Wars 1. I'm probably gonna jump in and do some like pre-searing. We'll hang out in like pre-searing or something. Level my pre-searing character up. And oop. Puzzles in first person is kind of crazy. And do that and kind of get, you know, hyped for Reforge coming out, and then Wednesday is gonna be different anyways, because we're gonna be playing with other people and we're gonna actually hang out with people and stuff. So come back here.
I'm grateful.
You're grateful? Okay. The Salvari Assyrians around during the events of Guild Wars 1. So the races, the Asura, the Norn, the Asura and the Norn specifically were introduced with Eye of the North. So that's when the Asura came above ground. They established Bradasum. They were like pretty new to the you know, above land world or whatever. The Norn had come from the frozen north. They were slowly moving down south more. The Sylvari did not exist. So the Sylvari in the lore of Guild Wars 2 are only 25 years old when you start the game. And Guild Wars 1 takes place 250 years ago. But you can actually, Ventari, who is, you know, he's like the guy that was, you know, the teachings of Ventari and stuff like that, right? You can meet him in Guild Wars 1 a couple of times. You actually meet him in the Prophecies campaign, where he kind of states that he's built a refuge out in the Maguma Wastes, where he is, you know, trying to stay away from the war with the centaurs and stuff, and he didn't really want to deal with that anymore. But then the War of the Humans, of the Shining Blade and the White Mantle, kind of invades on his space that he has there, and so he decides to go down to the Tarnished Coast, where he then helps Ronan, who plants the Pale Tree. And so in the Eye of the North expansion, you can actually go down to where they plant the Pale Tree, and you can actually see the budding Pale Tree. You can actually see the young Pale Tree as she slowly grows. There's like a cinematic at the very end of the expansion where you can actually see her like kind of grow a little bit in size. But we don't know, like in Guild Wars 1 they never talk about how there's actually like, you know, like a species that's going to be born from this, right? They just kind of talk about like, oh, you know, it's like this Pale Tree, and there's like this refuge by the Pale Tree, and this is, you know, it's a peaceful haven, and that's kind of what it's all about. So a dream thing that this far you come from, did that exist? It did not. So none of that was even a thing. Like the Pale Tree wasn't even like a sentient being back then. Like you couldn't talk to the Avatar or something like that. It was just like a weird tree that had like light around it. It was like a light pillar that came down around the tree, and it just looked like this magical tree. It didn't even look like a tree. It was more like it looked like more like a root that was coming out of the ground, like a big root kind of. So like more like what this looks like is kind of what the Pale Tree looked like back then. Rather than what we see now, which is like this giant tree with like big petals and stuff like that. Oh my god, there's so many of them. But it's just kind of cool because you learn about like Ventari and you can meet him in like real life. And the first time you meet him in the campaign of Prophecies in the original game, in the original campaign, he has like this dislike for you because you know, at the time you're part of the Shining Blade, like running from the White Mantle, and you kind of bring that war to his doorstep, and he's just kind of like, leave, get out of here, I don't want you around, you know. And then later on you can meet him in Eye of the North, closer to the Tarnished Coast, where he's I guess kind of like, you know, he establishes a new haven, and he's just kind of like, you know, away from the war, and it's peaceful there, you know, even though there's a ton of enemies around in that area. But the haven itself is a very peaceful place. There's not a lot going on, but you can kind of find out about, you know, his ethics, and, you know, talk to him a little bit and get some info. What is the dream? Is it like a metaphysical place the Pale Tree created? So it's not something the Pale Tree created, but because like the Pale Tree, it's this weird, like, they never really explained what it is, but it's this weird concept of like, because Mordremoth is the dragon of the mind, right? Of vines and of the earth or whatever, and mind is the other. You know how like Zaitan is like shadow and death, right? And so those are like part of it. So there's this whole mind aspect, and I guess the Pale Tree has kind of taken part of this, like you said, like metaphysical, like mind realm, and made that, and kind of shielded that part off from Mordremoth, and that is where the kind of the Sylvari get their, like, the dream from. Like, that's the dream. It's like the shielded off part of the mind realm or whatever. I don't even know. I'm sure there's like a more specific explanation to that, like a more accurate thing. Let me see what the wiki says. I'm sure the wiki has like a way better explanation than I do, because God knows I can't articulate that properly. Let's see what the wiki says. The wiki says the dream of dreams. The dream of dreams, often shortened to simply the dream, is a mindscape made up of aether and powerful magic that makes up the Sylvari unconsciousness of memories, hopes, fears, and more. A darker side of the dream, known as the nightmare, exists. Many non-Sylvari believe that the dream of dreams is some form of hive mind, but it's not. Before Sylvari are awakened to Tyria, they experience visions of life within the dream of dreams, witnessing various memories of other Sylvari and becoming acquainted with the world through these past experiences of other Sylvari. The dream is described as being like a well in these instances, with the memories and thoughts of Sylvari being the water. Newborn Sylvari do not awake with the knowledge of the whole well, but like that of a bowl filling with well water. Each developing Sylvari only takes a small measure of the information and memories. The Pale Tree herself ensures that each Sylvari is then equipped with essential information, such as how to read, basic living skills, the tenets of Ventari's tablet, and the assurance that she loves each of them. The exact origin and nature of the dream and the nightmare remains unknown, but they're sometimes talked about as if they're their own entities, and both seem to actively oppose the 6 elder dragons through the wild hunts and dark hunts they send. At least 3 powerful entities are tied to the dream of dreams and have a degree of control over it. The Pale Tree, the White Stag, and the elder jungle dragon Mordremoth. Through these beings, other individuals, such as the Sylvari, are able to be connected to the dream of dreams, allowing their minds to enter the mindscape and leaving their bodies behind temporarily. Not all Sylvari are connected to the dream. Malik, a Sylvari who awakened from the fruit of another tree, did not experience the dream or nightmare and has no memories of this tree or senses a connection to his people. It is unclear how many, if any, of the Mordrim are connected to the dream of dreams through Mordremoth. I think I understand. It's a bit better, though. That does make sense. I've only beaten Zaitan and started the first expansion involving Mordremoth, I think, but I think it makes a lot of sense. Cool. Well, Heart of Thorns is really fun. I mean, I'm a huge fan of the story, and I know that Heart of Thorns is probably much tougher than the core game, but it's definitely worth it to go through it. I really enjoyed it for what it is. The story is really, especially if you are a Sylvari. If you are playing as Sylvari, and I think you are, so because you said that you always lean towards playing a Sylvari. You know, the little bits where you hear Mordramoth's voice only happen if you are a Sylvari. That does not happen to regular characters and like other races, not, you know, so that's kind of cool. But yeah, the story is really cool. And it goes into it a little bit by the end of it. You kind of learn a little bit, you know, as you're fighting Mordramoth, you know, you learn a little bit. But yeah, it's a neat little detail to have the voice of Mordramoth only be heard by Sylvari. So it kind of enhances the experiences a little bit as you play as a Sylvari. So no, none of the other races are at all connected. There's a little bit of a weird connection with one of the Norn. You find out later. I don't want to spoil too much of it, so I'm just gonna kind of keep it vague. But there's a weird kind of connection to one of the dragons that one of the Norn has, and it's probably one of the weaker parts of the narrative of that particular story, but I don't mind it too much. It's not really that bad. But yeah, other than that, you don't really have any connections in that shape or form. It's just the Sylvari are connected in the sense that they are offsprings of Mordramoth, right? They were created by Mordramoth, so that is why they have this connection to Mordramoth. And the dream, and they can hear Mordramoth and all that stuff, so... Through the spikes, rerun. Can I get in on that action there, or no? Am I gonna be too late? I'm too late. But there's a lot of people here that are doing... Oh my god, I'm gonna die. Can I please be moved off the queue? That was really close. Scary. I kind of got the impression running around Norn zones that all Norn are connected to Ice Dragon or something, or some of them. So, so you've seen probably the Sons of Svanir, right? So there's a particular reason they're called that. So in Guild Wars 1, there's a Norn called Svanir that gets corrupted and turns into the Norn Bear. And you don't really know what that means. It just kind of means that, you know, you're just kind of like, oh, he's corrupted, and you end up killing him. And there's a whole side story to all of that or whatever. But it turns out that Svanir was influenced by Jormag, and that he pretty much was corrupted by Jormag and turned into like an ice-brewed version of a bear. Because they, you know, the Norn can transform into bears and stuff like that. And so years pass, right, and the influence of the... You'll find out later more about the Ice Dragon Jormag, but there's a specific thing that Jormag can do. And so the influence of Jormag kind of grows, and so these Norn start following Svanir, and they want to be just like Svanir, right? These Norn follow Jormag, want to be just like, they want to be, you know, kind of, in a way, they want to be corrupted. They want to be turned into Icebrew. They want to become more powerful through the powers of Jormag. And so the Norn, in their belief system, they worship the animal totems, right? They worship like snow leopard and bear and raven. And so the Svanir believe that Jormag is also a totem of they think that because they listen to this influence of Jormag, and they think that Jormag is the spirit of the wild, and it's a very powerful spirit, and they call it, that's why you will hear them say dragon, because they think, how like other Norn will talk about, like, oh, I follow Bear, and oh, Bear says this, and Snow Leopard says this, and Raven that, right? And so they call it dragon because they follow Jormag as like this animal totem of the wild that they think it impersonates all the dragon spirits, because that's what the animal totems are all about. The animal totems are like these impersonations of these animals. So you have like wolf, right? The spirit of wolf is like the representation of all of the wolves that are out in the wild, that all exist, right? It's like this weird like deity of the wolves, or whatever you could call it, right? The spirit that kind of oversees all of the wolves. And so they think that Jormag is this all-powerful dragon that is the spirit that is in control of all the dragons, and so they follow it as like this cult, right? They have like this cult following, and so that's where the Sons of Svanir come from. So they named themselves Sons of Svanir because they wanted to become like Svanir. They follow in Svanir's footsteps, and so they don't really have like a connection to Jormag in that sense, but they kind of want to have that connection to Jormag, right? Like they follow it because they want Jormag to empower them and make them stronger. And many of them fall to Jormag's corruption in that sense, and so then they become Ice Brood, right? And so that's the difference between the Svanir and the Ice Brood, is Ice Brood are any creatures that have been corrupted by Jormag. So you kind of, that's why you see like technically two different factions there, because the Svanir themselves aren't inherently corrupted by Jormag or evil in that sense, but they kind of follow him as a totem of the wild, which is not really accepted widely by the belief system of the North. So yeah, so they're kind of like a Norn cult, and they kind of they have this like weird belief system of like, oh yeah, Jormag is like a spirit of the wild, but Jormag is not a spirit of the wild. They just think it is because it's such a powerful being, and kind of in a way later on, like I said, once you get to Ice Brood Saga, they really go into it and they kind of really explain like how it really kind of, the spirits of the wild opposed to, like, you'll really see the difference between the spirits of the wilds and Jormag, and like kind of the dragons themselves, in a way. So this is level 24, and I'm getting the heck out of here. So I'm gonna go to Bandit Torch. What does that do? Does that do anything? I don't want to find that out. Bandit. Oh, you can turn these off? Yeah. Hey, it's going well. How are you doing? Oh my god, my run is over. I can't defeat her. Oh my god, my run is over. No, I just died because I'm such a fool. These guys are too strong. I can't do human. Okay, let's not do human. Human is dumb. Yeah, human is stupid. Let's get out of here. Right, run is over. We died. How are you doing? Alright, let's try a Char. So like I said, Char might actually be good. I don't think I've tried a Char since I've changed the rules. We'll do Warrior. Yeah, we don't. Ooh, we actually get to go fight. We actually get to fight Duke Baradin right now. What a throwback. We were just talking about Duke Baradin earlier today. I hope you guys are doing well. There's a super generic chart looking, and we're gonna go back into this. For those of you that don't know, I'm trying to do a specific challenge run. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get to level 80 without using, with only using my starter weapon, no armor. I can only use my starter weapon, meaning I'm only gonna use skill 1, 2, and 3, and my healing skill. I can't change that. And no armors, no changing of the weapons, no trades, no nothing, and permadeath, meaning if I die, it's over. So that's what I'm trying to do. Going great, good. I'd love to hear it. Welcome in. So yeah, there's Dinky, one of my favorite char characters. I love him. Love that Dinky. But yeah, so just to give you guys an idea of what I'm trying to do here, trying to get to level 80 on hard mode pretty much without dying. It's been difficult. I've died a lot.
You go on. I'll be right behind you.
But it's fun nonetheless. Alright, we're gonna run all the way through. Bairden! I'm coming for you. I just made a member only, so for members on my channel, I just made a short. And this guy is in it. Bairden. I need assistance over here. Think he's a good name for a cat. You know what? That's actually a good idea. If I ever get another cat, God knows I don't need another cat, but if I get another cat, I'll name it Dinky. Love it. So this is like a craft locked run. What is a craft locked run? I don't know what that means. I don't know what the word craft lock is. That like a specific term for like different runs? Get out of here, Duke.
I will not be defeated. I will destroy you all.
Raw. The statue comes to life. Like anything ends in E sound? Oh yeah, that's true, right? Like, cause that's like a cutesy thing, right? Like, it's very. Oh my god. Oh, I don't want to die. Talk about holy.
Make him remember that day.
Whoa. That was a big old hammer smash.
For allegiance, finish him.
Do it. Oh my god, I have 1 HP. Did you guys see that? It was 1 HP.
Report back to Smokestead.
Love it. Love it. So iconic. This whole location for like Guild Wars 1 players is such an iconic like area and stuff. Alright, sword. All of this is garbage. Garbage, 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 and more garbage. Awesome. Let's go.
Come talk to me.
I was thinking about Mucklug's recent Guild Wars 2 hardware stream. No drops, all gear must be crafted. Oh, well, this is even more hardcore than that. This is no gear at all. This is the only gear I'm allowed to use is my starter sword. No weapons, no traits, no utility skills, no nothing. No offhand weapon, nothing. No armor, nothing. This is gonna stay this way. And I gotta get to level 8. So this is like even more hardcore. Hardcore! Because I've done different challenge runs for Guild Wars. This is my 3rd challenge run that I've done now. The very first one that I did was a pacifist run. It was a warrior that I equipped with only signets in the utility skills, and I wasn't able to use any of them. The only thing I was allowed to do was just run around. I had to get from 1 to 80 but I wasn't able to use any of the weapons. No weapon skills for me. I think I used traits, but because I couldn't attack, I had to use like all defensive traits and stuff like that. That was my first challenge run. I did finish that. My second one was the Tamer challenge, I called it, or Pokemon challenge. So it was kind of the same sense of the pacifist run, except I was using a ranger and I had to do 100% map completion. And I did 100% map completion in CORSAIR with just having the pet attack, and I couldn't use any weapons. And I had signets equipped. I couldn't equip any, like, I think I had like one command skill that I gave myself. Maybe? Did I have that? Maybe I didn't. I don't remember. But I mostly it was signets, I remember. And I went in and I did all of map completion for CORSAIR. And then I did map completion on that same character in all of the Canthan maps. This was right after End of Dragons came out. And I went in and I was able to use traits on that as well. Buffs and class skills. Yeah, none of that. So I can use my F1. I can use my F1. So I will have 5 skills available to me. I will have my 1, 2, and 3, my F1, and my healing skill. That's all I have available to me, and I have to get from 1 to 100 or to 80 to 100. Jesus, to 80. Not using any. And then the other challenge run that I did was actually using the cat tonic, which transforms you into a cat. And it's kind of similar to what I'm doing now, but it's a little bit different. But I kind of had to level up, and that was okay. It just got kind of boring towards the end because I didn't do a permadeath thing with that. This is a permadeath thing. So if I die, I have to reset. I want to get to the point where I can level this character, and I want to be at level 80, and I want to be able to type in, /deaths and see that it says 0 times, which you guys can't read, but it does say that right now. Right there. So that's where it's really tough. I can't use mounts. I can't use wayport. I can't teleport. I can use gliding because I figured that dying to fall damage would be really, really stupid. So I'm allowing gliders. I'm allowing gliding, but I can't use mounts. I can't use waypoints. So I can't just teleport to another map. I have to be in level appropriate maps as well. There's a lot of rules to this. So I have to be in level appropriate maps. So as soon as I reach level 15, I will have to make my way to the next map, because if I'm level 16, the run is invalid, because if I am in a level 15 map as level 16, that's not good. That's not valid. That's not allowed. So I have to go. Did they change this? Why can't I fire these so often? Usually they don't let you fire them that often. In that quick succession. Okay. Oh, another person's doing it. We can help out. But yeah, so these are the hardcore rules. I'm having a really hard time with this. Originally this challenge run was supposed to be a lot harder. Originally I had this challenge run that you can only use environmental weapons, and that was a nightmare. Because by the time I hit level 15, I couldn't continue anymore, and it was really hard for me to gain experience points because there's not that many environmental weapons. Meaning that if I see like a boulder underground, I could use that to throw at an enemy, or if I see like a I don't see any around right now, but if I see one, I'll point it out to you guys. But if I have if there is like a plank of wood or something, I could walk around, or like a shovel or something, I could grab that and I could attack enemies with that. But that was really, really difficult. So someone on stream actually had a really good idea, and they were like, well, why don't you use a starter weapon? And I was like, you know what, that's actually a good idea. Just the weapon that you start with, that is what I'm using. I'm using warrior because it has like high health, and I kind of like that that I get both power damage as well as bleeding on this. So I can kind of like, I get a little bit of like Condi and power damage. So I kind of have like the best of both worlds rather than just having one or the other. I haven't tried any other classes, but I figured warrior would be like the go-to for this. If anyone else wanted to do this run or whatever, you know. Yeah, and so that's the challenge. And I've been failing at this for what feels like half of my life. But eventually I'll get it. But it's been super fun. I have to be in first person just to add to the difficulty. You know, I'm doing action camera. That's how I usually play the game anyways. You could do it without action camera if you wanted to. I don't think that rule really adds anything to it. I just like playing action camera, so. Have you tried a Necrominion run? I have not. So just using Necrominions to like do the fighting for you. That'd be kind of interesting. I could kind of see that being fun. Yeah, no, the only ones I've tried are the ones that I talked about. I haven't tried anything else. I haven't really, I don't know. I wanted, the thing is that I wanted to demonstrate, or not demonstrate really, but what I wanted to do is I wanted to make the core game difficult again, right? Because of the power creep that has happened over the years, and with how bad it's gotten, like how easy the core game now is, how like you can literally like breathe on an enemy and they die. I wanted to find a way to make it interesting and really say like, hey, you know what, there is a way that you can play the core game that doesn't require you to have any of the expansions, but if you want a challenge, right, like this is the like Dark Souls challenge of Guild Wars 2 in a way, right, where like I wanted to make it as difficult as possible. You know, that's kind of what I wanted to do, you know. I might do, you know, if I keep failing at this, I might do a little test run where I allow dying, maybe have dying be allowed, but the idea is that I want this to be like a true challenge run, and really show that like, hey, you can get to level 80 without dying, without wearing anything, without using any other, you know, other like, this is it. This is my toolkit. My toolkit has now been fully, at level 5, you fully unlock your toolkit. So I have 3 skills, plus flurry, plus my healing skill, and that's all I get. So. And it's been really fun. I've been having a really good time with it. Like, I've died a ton, but it's kind of makes me appreciate the game a little bit, you know? A little bit more, in a different way. 4 games, nothing. Just did T1, Sunko Peak, Party Head, Grid Bard, Chrono Heal. We blasted through whole phases without doing mechanics. Oh yeah, 100%. 100%. Core game has been completely power crapped. To the point where it's just not even worth mentioning anymore, you know? And so that's kind of the idea behind this whole challenge run, is because I still wanted to be relevant, right? So obviously I don't have any pull and I don't have like a massive community or whatever, but my idea is that I want to finish this challenge run and then present it to other people and say, hey, here's a cool way that you can play through the core game, and you don't need any expansions, you don't need any of the living world, you can just jump into the game and you can have like a really cool challenge, right? And you can play the game in a different way, and experience the core game in a different way, that might add some enjoyment, you know, just some fun, you know, just for fun, for other people to kind of go through and experience the game. So and maybe even have like, you know, at some point I was thinking about timing this, maybe seeing like how fast it takes me, and maybe see if other people can do it quicker, right? Like maybe using a different race or something, or a different profession maybe or something. I don't know, because I'm thinking like on Ranger this would be really easy to do because you can just have the Ranger pet do everything for you. So it'd be kind of easy in that sense for a Ranger. I think Ranger has like the easiest time with that. But yeah, I mean, it would be really cool to have this become like a community thing. I don't know if anyone's gonna pick this up. Obviously, like I said, my community is really small. I don't know if any of my community members are even interested in something like this, because usually, I mean, most of my community are all about the lore, you know, because I make lore videos for the most part, and that's kind of what I talk about. But I just figured it'd be interesting to kind of look at the core game in a different way. So, you know, just really kind of open up the opportunity to have challenge run. This is kind of inspired by, I watch a lot of like speed runs on like YouTube of like different games and stuff like that, and how there's like, for certain games there's like these huge speed run communities, and they give themselves like different like challenge runs or whatever, you know, where like, oh, you run through the game this and this way, and I'm like, you know what, Guild Wars 2, you can do that in Guild Wars 2, you can do that in Guild Wars 2, you know. And so I literally went and I did you know, over the like 5 years that I've been doing this, I went through and I did these other challenge runs, but to me they're not really challenge runs, because if you don't have permadeath involved in all of it, then what's the point? You know, it's technically not a challenge, it's just a time investment, right? Because you're bound to get through it, right? Like, you can out level whatever content and go back and do it. Like, the core game doesn't have anything that really is like, oh, this is tough. So I was like, okay. So after all of those runs, I kind of sat down and I thought, okay, well, what can I do to really make this a challenge? I'm like, well, first of all, you know, so I went like the deep end. Like a crazy person, I went like the deep end, and I was like, okay, well, let's do, you know, permadeath, but also do this, and this, and then now here we are. And I want to cry myself to sleep every time I do this, but hey, you know what? If I get it, I think that'll be kind of nice. I think that'll be awesome. I think I'll feel really amazing about it. Oh, we have an event here. We can do this. Tar Elemental.
Legionnaire, did you see those Green Legion down there corrupting Lake Veritas? There's tar everywhere.
We've also got elementals emerging from the tar.
Terrific. More zealots spoiling the lake. Bane, go find us some assistance. You two, follow me.
You know, and maybe that'll gain me some bragging rights, you know? Maybe it'll be like, hey, O'Reilly's the one guy that did the core game on nothing but a sword warrior wearing absolutely nothing and using nothing. Not that that's why I'm doing this. Like I said, I'm kind of doing it because I want the core experience of the game to be, you know, to give veterans some kind of opportunity to maybe experience the game in a different way. So, but it's been fun. I know that other people have been doing challenge runs. We had someone in chat a few months ago that was doing like not the craft locked, but it was kind of like just they were doing like weapons that you can buy. Like, they weren't using weapons, only weapons that you could buy from like vendors and stuff, from like one-time use weapons, like a rocket launcher or something, you know, that you could get, or like a boulder that you can buy from a vendor or something like that. And that was really interesting too. I was like, oh, that's kind of a neat idea. You know, but I don't know. That was not my idea, and I was like, I'm not gonna steal someone else's idea like that. But this was kind of my idea. The only thing that, like I said, was just using the starter weapon and just keeping the starter weapon as the only weapon that you use. Because only using environmental weapons, it was a nightmare. I was like, there's no way I can get to like I think the farthest I've ever gotten without a weapon was like level 21, and I think the farthest I got with a weapon was like level 29 or 28 or something like that. So it gets increasingly difficult, and it gets to the point where it's more strategic rather than like, you know, just trying to be skillful. It's really just about like, okay, am I willing to go into this camp of enemies that are like my level and that can do a ton of damage? Like the starter maps are really easy, and I really like, they're just like, ah, you can blast through it, but after that it becomes like a nightmare. Oh, we leveled up. But yeah, I'm gonna go another like 25 minutes. I'll go until like midnight. And then tomorrow we're gonna do some Guild Wars 1. And on Wednesday we're gonna do some Reforged. Bam, bam, bam. Yeah. Oh my god. They're like cockroaches. Can't get rid of them. Oh god, oh god. Are you gonna do the event, or are you just gonna run around? I guess this person's just running. Oh, I'm full already? Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. It's been a long time since I've seen that menu. Well, we're gonna break down all this stuff here. Oh, I have an 8 slot back. I gotta see if I can get some other bags somewhere. There should be a merchant somewhere. Okay, well, I guess I'm gonna finish this event on my own. Sorry, Tony. A little late. I was giving you the opportune, but you didn't want it. Get out of here, stalker. With Guild Wars Reforged coming with controls, it's possible Guild Wars could get full control support. So someone had asked this to the developers, and you know, in good old ArenaNet fashion, they once again said, yeah, it's certainly on the table, but it's a lot more complicated, blah, 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 blah. So it is something they're thinking about. I'm hoping that maybe introducing controller support to Guild Wars 1 gave them enough insight to think that it's now possible for Guild Wars 2. Like, it's the stepping stone to getting it in Guild Wars 2. So I'm hoping for that. I don't know, but you know, who knows? I mean, not for me personally, but I know there's a lot of people that would love to have that. And I get it. Like I you know, I'm 100% there with you guys. Whoever wants that, you know, I don't know if I would play it that way. I think there's too many buttons involved in all of it, and I'd be like, I don't know. I would have to really try it out, but yeah, I see that there is the not the need necessarily, but definitely the ask for it, right? Like, people are definitely asking for it. So Guild Wars 4, the title is confusing, make it seem like a remaster. I know, a lot of people have pointed that out. It is not a remaster, it is just an update to Guild Wars 1. There's no new client, there's no new server, there's no new content. It's just an update to... It's more than just an update, right? It's an update to Guild Wars 1, but it's also the promise that there will be future updates. How deep those updates will be in the future, we don't know, but it's kind of like the promise of like, hey, we want to revitalize the game because we're looking to do more updates to it. apparently they teased on social media. I mean, we just read it earlier in the stream. We went through, and they teased some kind of other announcement. They said there's some kind of announcement for Guild Wars Reforged, and it said stay tuned. So I don't know if that means on Wednesday when they release it that they have some kind of surprise for us, or if that's just like, yeah, we added like an extra option in there. You know, it's like, oh, we have a new bloom effect option in there that we didn't tease before, like something weird like that. That's not really, doesn't even count like a whole new really reason to say that, but they've been teasing some kind of something, so I don't know. I'd like to play to my Steam Deck without community controls. Yeah, that would be great, right? It would be nice to have official controller support for the game, for sure. I'm currently playing the game on Steam Deck. Gilbert says a small hop bar, so I think it's a good game. Yeah, I think so too. I think, and many people have made it happen before, you know? So, I mean, yeah, there's ways to play that, you know? But it's just kind of nice when the official developers release like a way to do it, you know? It's the same with Action Camera. There was an Action Camera before they introduced Action Camera. There was a guy that made Action Camera in Guild Wars 2, and I had that for like a year before they introduced Action Camera into Guild Wars 2. And it functioned almost exactly the same way that Action Camera does now. So it was really good. But yeah, I'm just excited to see what they're gonna kind of default for gamepad. For sure, yeah. There definitely would be like, that's the default, and then they have a button where you can have the mouse appear. I mean, obviously, which we have now too, you know? I mean, I have it to my mouse, so... but I'm saying, like, to one of my mouse buttons. But I'm saying, like, you're right, it would probably be the default, I'm guessing. Which, obviously, I don't mind. I know there's a lot of people that hate the way that I play the game. I just got a comment on one of my videos the other day. It's like, someone commented, like, shitty over-the-shoulder view, and I was like, wow, okay, rude, first of all, and second of all, that's how I like to play the game. So if you don't like that, you don't have to watch my videos. Goodbye. Because that's how all my videos are. My videos are all like this, you guys. I play all of my videos like this. All like, I play Guild Wars 2 like this, okay? This is how I play the game. So... Wednesday. Yeah, the game is coming out the update is coming out Wednesday. But ArenaNet many times does announcements on Tuesday, so we might get some kind of, whatever they're teasing, whatever they're like, I don't know, they're being very strange about it, but they might give us some kind of announcement tomorrow? I don't know. So we'll have to really see how that works out, for sure. When did they announce it? They announced it like, what, like 2-3 weeks ago? I don't remember, because I was, as a partner, I knew about it before everyone else did. They did like a little partner, like a partner, what do you call it? It was like a Zoom call. It was, what did they call it? Like a partner call? I don't know, there's like a term for it. But they had the partners in there, and they were like, oh, we're doing this thing, and they kind of explained a bunch of things to us, and then they were like, oh, we're gonna announce it next week. So it was like a week before they announced it. I knew about it, so, but I don't remember. It's Tuesday. Yeah, so it's gonna be Thursday for you. It's gonna be the update is gonna be Thursday, so it's gonna be 2 days. But we have a visitor from down under. I can't do a good Australian accent, and I'm not even going to do it because I feel like people are just going to get offended. So I'm not good at accents. So you won't have to worry about that. Get out of here. I don't care. I have 250 friggin' flying line chests. I want to see if I can find a bag person. Maybe this guy? Probably this. Let's go there. But it's really cool to come, like, Plains of Ashford is still one of my favorite areas because, you know, it's just so cool to come to, like, the old Duke's estate and, like, see Ascalon City and see, like, Ashford and, you know, it's just, there's something about that. It's so cool. I love it. Just thinking about that. Just thinking out loud. To be a bag vendor around here somewhere. Hello? No, I don't want any booze. Ugh. Lame. No bags? No bags. That's okay. We'll figure it out.
Whiskers, I need a flash of
Is the place where you come out of the city to do quests near the lake? Come out of the city in the first game, I mean. Near the lake. Yeah, so it's right here. It's right next to the lake. So the lake is attached to Ascalon City. So it's like Ascalon City is like right here along the wall, and then you have the lake right next to it. As we go there, I mean, you know, we're gonna go there in a little bit because I'm journeying that way, but you'll see it, and it's really cool. So for those of you that are interested, I know there's always new people in there. So I did a series of comparison streams, again, years ago now, but where I played both Guild Wars 1 and Guild Wars 2 next to each other, and we compared the games, and like we looked at all the areas, what they looked like in the first game to what they looked like in the second game, and it was right next to each other. I played both games at the same time. So those are on my channel. There is a playlist on my channel that has all of those streams, and they're sorted by region. So there's one stream that's Ascalon, there's one stream that's Shiver Peaks, there's one that's Kryta, one is Maguma Jungle, blah 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 blah. So if you guys are ever interested in seeing the two side by side, you can most certainly watch those streams. They're kind of long. Some of them go like 6 hours or whatever, but they were so fun to do. So much fun. No worries, mate. Best way to describe an Aussie accent is take a British accent and say things really lazily. I can't do accents, so I've always wanted to take like a class to like learn different accents, because my accents were so bad, and I'm just like, you know what, I'm not even gonna attempt it. I haven't played Guild Wars 1 in years, but I remember that era yeah. So well, you can also check by tomorrow. We're gonna be doing some pre-searing tomorrow. I'm gonna be leveling my pre-searing character tomorrow night, and then we're gonna be doing, so I'm doing on Wednesday, I'm gonna be playing the Reforged update with some of my community members. We're gonna be leveling together new characters, so I'm gonna be because I have a Discord server, and we're a bunch of the Discord people want to hang out and level together, and I'm taking my member from my YouTube channel, who is Emily, who has been a supporter of the channel for a very long time, and we're gonna level together in pre-searing, and then as we get to higher group count, like members can join or other people can join in the fun, so you guys can play along or watch along or whatever, or group up in the party if we have room or whatever, you know. So but yeah, it's really cool, because a lot of places, like this place for example, you come down here in Guild Wars 1, right? In Guild Wars 1, this whole these things, these cataracts or whatever, where the water flows. They're actually filled with water and pre-searing, and you can actually go, and this is the building that you come to where you meet Duke Barradin. You actually meet him. This is his estate. This is his actual, like, all of this is his estate, but that's the actual building that he lives in. This is his house, and you actually come to, like, right here is the entrance to the outpost, and you come in, and he hangs out, like, to the left, and then there's some people to the right, and you can't go inside of the house, but you can, like, hang out there, and you can get a quest and stuff like that. So, but yeah, like I said, if you guys ever want to see that in comparison. This guy is really, this girl is really strong. Oh my god, I'm gonna die. Oh, I don't just want to be over already. That would be awful. Okay. Whew. That's bad. Did ArenaNet say how long they've been working on Guild Wars 1, on Guild 1 Reforged? So apparently, the main team, I don't know if they gave, like, a specific timeline. But the 2 weeks team, which is 4 developers, 4 ex-ArenaNet developers, that got together and kind of formed this team or whatever. The 2 week, and they called themselves the 2 weeks team. They apparently got together sometime last year, and they got together last year, and they kind of did, I think they say something about like late last year, and then their project, the first project, which is Guild Wars Reforged, started early this year, or something like that. I want to say, I could be wrong on that, but from what I remember, that's what they said. It was like something early this year. They started kind of. I don't know if that was like, that's when they came up with the idea, and then they had to, like, figure out the legality behind it of, like, having outside people that don't work for ArenaNet work on the game or whatever, you know, or if they, like, or if they figured that out within 2 minutes and then went right to work. Like, I'm not sure what exactly the like logistics of that were, but all right, let's go. Ooh, elemental lodestones. I can help out with that. Hold on. I have stupid ghosts to escape from. Rented name. That's fine. I can't get to any of them. Yeah. I don't know why I used Final Thrust there. No reason for that. No. Is it nighttime? No, it's daytime. But yeah, this whole area you can visit in Guild Wars 1, pre-searing, and it looks really cool because you can see all
if you have any more, drop them off with me as soon as possible.
You can see all of this like is not destroyed at all, and it's really cool. Oh no, rented name. I will help you. Get up. I don't need these. But yeah, those comparison streams were some of my, like, people really enjoyed those, and it was weird because when I did I don't know where the idea came from. I guess it was just the idea that I wanted to show the other, like, you know, I was playing Guild Wars 2 and streaming Guild Wars 2, but I wanted to show Guild Wars 1 to other people without, like, and connect it to Guild Wars 2, I guess. I don't know. But it's so weird because I never really put that much merit to how, I guess, awesome that was or whatever. Like, great of an idea, I guess, or whatever. But then I've had so many friends that are always like, oh my god, yeah, like, check out O'Reilly's channel. And then, like, the one thing they would always mention is like, oh, he did, like, these comparison streams. I'm like, I guess it's the biggest. I don't know. I get, you know, I've done a bunch of other things on the channel, but I guess that's like the one that stands out the most to most people, I guess. It's not a bad thing. It's just, you know, whatever. Because it's always like you think about that, right? You think about like, okay, what is the one thing that you're known for? I don't know. I always think it's my theory videos, but I guess it's not. So, okay, whatever. If that's what I'm known for, that's cool. I haven't really been able to do any of them though, because the last 3 expansions have been areas that we haven't been to in Guild Wars 1. So I can't really do a comparison stream, you know? I can't really do that. I guess I can revive these guys. That would give me John Viking. A berserker. Ooh.
Smash them!
I'll kill all 3 of you. Oh, okay. Spider eggs. Look at that cute little spider. Get out of here. Lore Talk. VOE introduced more details about SCIMITAR, including the language. Were there previous info about SCIMITAR language before? There was not. Pretty much all the info, we didn't have like really any info on the SCIMITARs. We like even the few SCIMITARs that we still, they dropped a lot of things on us with the SCIMITARs. So I'm gonna have some theory videos coming out specifically about the SCIMITARs as well. There's a lot of really interesting things that we find out and that I kind of want to talk about. But yeah, pretty much all this stuff about the SCIMITARs is pretty new. Like we didn't know anything about their society. We didn't know about how they lived. We didn't know really about like even ascension and things like that. We didn't really know that, you know, like, because what we knew about, you know, ascending was like from Isgarin, right? And it's like, oh yeah, Isgarin is kind of like, you know, he's kind of doing this thing, but we didn't really know where that originated from. Like, was it something he came up with, or was it something? But now we find out, you know, it's SCIMITAR related, and we find out that, you know, the way that they kind of, how arrogant they really were, you know, kind of, we find out many things about the last days on the last days of their entire culture, pretty much, in some ways, in some aspects. So there's so many things that we didn't know any of it, which is kind of cool, because ArenaNet over these last 3 expansions, you know, specifically when it comes to lore, which is, you know, pretty much my main subject on this channel, you know, it's kind of like talking about the lore and stuff. ArenaNet has been tackling specifically like the elder races and kind of been trying to give background to them, which to me is really cool, because, you know, because I love the lore, right? But they kind of with what's it called? Oh my god, Secrets of the Obscure. They reintroduced the elder races as like this main, you know, these main characters, like the elder races were represented by the main characters, right? So you have like, you know, Lear as the non-stone dwarf, Dagda as the Jotun, Isgarin as the seer, Mabon as the Mersat, you know, like stuff like that. They kind of like introduced all these characters, kind of showing like, hey, you know, the elder races are back on the menu and we're actually going to explore them. And then they did, you know, the Mersat with the next expansion, and then now we're doing the seers, right? So there is a strong possibility that the expansion after that will deal with the Jotun, which would be really cool. I think I would really love to see that. You know, I don't know, but I maybe, you know, who knows?
Smash them!
But I would like to see something like that, where they kind of tackle all of the elder races and kind of give them some background and some more information, and kind of you know, enrich the lore in that way. Maybe give us Forgotten. You know, we haven't, the Forgotten were there for a hot minute, right? Like they were mentioned because of Vass, of, you know, in the Secrets of the Obscure and stuff, but they weren't really a part of it. Like we didn't really see any. So it'd be kind of cool to maybe get some Forgotten again, maybe get more lore on them or something. Like that would be, if I had to pick any of the elder races, I think the Forgotten would be the one where I'm like, yes, I want to see that. Wasn't there a Forgotten? Yeah, so yes, and I forgot to say that. Vass was the representative of the Forgotten. There was also a Jinn at some point. I forgot the name. Akeem. Akeem was the Jinn representative. Never considered an elder race, but kind of stood amongst the elder races in that sense, you know. Magically floating four-armed creatures kind of fits right into with the other elder races. So, but yeah, Forgotten were part of that as well. Unfortunately, Vass died before we could ever even meet her. Unfortunate, but it is what it is. There they are. Get them.
Well, that should do for them.
That was fun. It's almost a shame they've been driven out of here. I'd like another crack at them.
Ha! Well, it's likely we'll get some more action sometime soon. In the meantime, let's get back to Temperus.
Agreed. Time to report back in and bask in the glory of a job well done.
But that's why personally I've been very excited about the direction that the story of Guild Wars is kind of taking, because I've always been interested in the lore and the history of Guild Wars, and so now they're tackling these. This is level 15. I am not even gonna risk it. I'm gonna leave. But yeah, oh, this is another one. The statue of Balthazar. You can actually see that in pre-searing and post-searing Ascalon. You can actually go and you can walk right up to it. War Master Grass in pre-searing is standing right in front of it. And in post-searing, there's a little pond right here, which there is here still too. And you can see this crystal. You can actually see the very specific crystal in Guild Wars 1 as well. Is there water down here? Yeah, there is water down here. See, there's like a little pond of water down here. Little puddle, more like a puddle, really. It's not really like a pond. I mean, there is flowing water. So it's definitely coming from somewhere. But yeah, you can see this in Guild Wars pre-searing as well, and then post-searing. Maybe another expansion taking place in Alona. Does Alana mention in Janthe Wilds will bring us more about Forgotten Engine? It could be. Yeah. It's really interesting. There's a video that I wanted to do a while ago, but then because of Visions of Eternity, I got like super sidetracked, and then Guild Wars Reforged happened, and I got sidetracked because of that. But there's a video where I kind of want to, and I think I'm going to do that before Visions of Eternity is done, where I kind of want to explore the eastern side of Elona, because there's a lot of like little hints as to what is really going on, or like things that could be going on in that area, because in Guild Wars 1 you can find, oh god, hello, jeez, I'm gonna go, that's level 15, these guys are gonna crush me, and I'm not gonna want to do that. Okay. So we're just gonna go take the route south, but there's a lot of little hints, like there's these monasteries, there's a outpost you can come across that used to be a monastery, and it has like this golden statue of Dwayne in it. And it's one of those things that they kind of talk about how there used to be, like, it's not anymore, but there's these monks that used to live there, and they kind of worship the gods, and it's like, it kind of hints at like that there is something deeper going on, maybe, perhaps. I don't remember exactly what the verbiage was there, but you know, it's just kind of cool to think, because well, thank you so much, Meeper Deeper, for subscribing. This might be on a YouTube video, I'm not sure, but appreciate it. But yeah, it's just really interesting, because there's a lot of really cool stuff that you can actually we could potentially see there. So would be really cool. So here's something cool for those of you that played Guild Wars 1 pre-searing. So this is where Ashford Abbey is. You come here, you find Mendel the first time, and you go down into the catacombs. This is the entrance to the catacomb. You can find this exact entrance in Guild Wars 1 pre-searing. And right outside, when you leave the Abbey, obviously the Abbey doesn't really exist anymore, there's just this, right? But once you leave the Abbey, to the north is a field with these worms, with these plains worms, and so they kept this, right? So you have this plain with these plains worms. In Guild Wars pre-searing, it was a field. It was an actual field, but you had these worms on the field, and so they kind of kept this in. So just right here, because nowhere else really do you see worms hanging out on this map. I think there's some instances of worms here or there, but for the most part, the only place you see them is right here, which in Guild Wars 1, this is a callback to Guild Wars 1, where you had worms right outside the Ashford Abbey on the north side there. So. But yeah, and they kept this pretty true to the first game. So you come down the stairs, and you know, this is you kind of teleport. In Guild Wars 1, you don't actually walk down the stairs. The teleport happens there, and then the entrance is right here. So you teleport, you come out here, and you can look up the stairs, but you can't actually walk through them. But you start here in the Ascalonian catacombs, and then you go to the right, and there's this building here. And Necromancer Mana stands exactly right here where the sword and the stone is. And so they kind of kept this in. Obviously in Guild Wars 1... Oh. God. Whoa. In Guild Wars 1 you can go deeper into the Ascalonian catacombs, going past those rocks there. In Guild Wars 2 they don't let you do that. Oh my god! Leave me alone, please. I don't want to die. Ah! There's a connection between Ascension and the human gods. Well, there's a version of Ascension that is different to the version that Isgarin and the Seers use, right? Which is what Tirai Asa does. And as far as we know, those are like very different to each other, in the sense that like the Ascension in Guild Wars 1 that we do as characters, and that Tirai Asa was looking for, is more about like getting closer to like I don't know, to the gods, but then like the rite of ascension that that Scarn uses is different, but I'm not 100% sure on that. I still feel like that there's a connection there. It's going to be part of a theory video that I do, but I have a feeling that they're kind of like the same idea in a way. In a weird way. Like I still maintain that I know that there's characters that kind of said that they're like supposedly like different, but it's kind of the same idea. So I don't know really. I don't really know. It's kind of weird, but we don't really know because the Ascension in Guild Wars 1 is like this forgotten ritual, and it kind of deals with like the forgotten magics and that type of stuff. Who were these devout followers of the human gods for whatever reason? We don't really know why the Forgotten were like all about the human gods, but they kind of followed the human gods in a weird way. And I was just like, why are these guys so devout to the human gods? We don't know, but it sounds like that they created this rite of ascension that made you somehow like more powerful, closer to the gods in a way. And so I don't know. I don't really know why they why they insist on that it's different, because to me it's kind of the same thing, right? Like the Seers used it to try to become closer to divinity, and isn't that exactly what gods are, right? So isn't that exactly what what we do in Guild Wars 1? We try to become closer to the divinity. So I have like a feeling that like the ritual of ascension is in Guild Wars 1 is just the Forgotten's version of what the Seers did with Ancora, you know, that we learn about in Visions of Eternity.
Good work, soldiers. I'm pleasantly
Good work,
surprised.
soldiers.
Prepare for a counterattack into the ruins.
All right, we're gonna do a counterattack, guys. This is a very rare event. This doesn't happen all the time, so we're gonna do it. Same idea, different approaches, methods, magic. Probably, yeah. I would agree with that. I think that's exactly what it is. I think one of the things that we learned through Visions of Eternity is that many of the Elder races, even though they were pretty much considered part of the same group, many of them leaned on the Seers, right? They tell us about how the Mersat kind of learned, the architects of the Mersat learned from the best of Stellus Quor is like the home city of the Seers that we hear about, and you know, they studied under many of those many of their architects and stuff like that, and they that's how they created Apavim, which was the first city of the Mersat on Tyria after their exile from Nios. And so the Mersat learned a lot from the Seers. And then we also have the idea of like the enchanted weapons, right? We see a lot of the enchanted weapons that are defending Castora and that are defending like the libraries and the Basilica, right? Like we see these weapons that are attacking us. Well, we've seen that the same thing with the Forgotten, and we've seen the same thing with the Orions, who had enchanted weapons that would defend places, magical places, or places that they, you know, we see it. We see it in season 2. We see specifically the Forgotten weapons in the cave that we opened with that white flame. You know, we did that Forgotten ritual or whatever, and we opened the cave, and then all of a sudden there's like these enchanted weapons that attack us. And then in Or, it's the same thing, right? Like, did the human gods learn about this ritual and gave it to the Orions, right? Because we know that the human gods traveled Tyria, and they collected all kinds of magics and rituals and you know, all these things. They kind of housed all these things in their reliquaries. And so did they learn about how to magically infuse weapons and teach that to the Orions? So now the Orions knew how to enchant weapons, and that is why we see the Orions, like in Ore, we see enchanted weapons that attack us as well. Was this something that was originated with the Seers? You know, are the Seers like the originators of all magics on Tyria? Like, are they like the oldest living race? We know that they were like kind of the top of the food chain, right? But were they like the oldest? You know, the way that a lot of the missives that we read, specifically the guest list that they have in the Basilica that you can read about in Starlit Weald, right? They talk about how, oh, you know, the you know, we're inviting the other races, but they feel so much superior to the other elder races. You know, they're like, oh yeah, we're inviting them to come here, and they're only going to be shown like a little bit, you know, but we're so much better than them. And there's like a lot of arrogance there, right? Which kind of, the question is like, where does that arrogance come from? It probably comes from existing longer than the rest of them and being more powerful than the rest of them, you know, only to have that arrogance be their downfall when they were defeated by the Mersat. You know, that kind of thing. Why are the Asura looking for Ascension and Visions of Eternity? Well, that's the question, right? We don't know. We don't know the we don't know the motives behind Vlogs and what he really does. We don't know. He's trying to prevent something. He's trying to do something.
The power of Ascalon is unimaginable.
You know, we don't really know.
Let's show this ghost how
what,
the Charred do things. Torch it.
What, I don't know. You know, it's just kind of like. Oh, we hear like a bell ringing or something. That's kind of a weird sound.
The weak only strive to be weak. If you fear defeat, if death is my fate,
Oh yeah, there's a bell ringing. There's a bell ringing. That's kind of weird. But yeah, so we don't really know. We don't know why Vlox is going there. We know that he's looking to like use Ancora to either ascend himself or ascend someone else or whatever. But to what end, we don't really know. We have no idea, and that's the whole crux of it, right? Like that's the end of that conversation. Is like kind of like everyone's like, okay, he's here and doing this, and he has Ancora, but why? And he's just kind of like, I have to do this, and we're like, but why? You know, so. My idea is that Asura are having some sort of internal crisis concerning event lost End of Dragons. Sorry, I meant event after End of Dragons. Well, I think it's that they, you know, that they strive to be. They didn't act alone. They were sanctioned and funded by the Arcane Council. But I think that leans on. I think Vlox has an ulterior motive to what the Arcane Council is doing. The Arcane Council, I think what they're trying to do is I think what it is Vlox promised them that he can make with Zin's research, right? Because they read, oh my god, so powerful. Because they read Zin's research, right? And he said that with Zin's research, he could make, oh my god, please leave me alone. Oh my god, jeez. He might have promised them that with Zin's research, he could make them the most powerful race and really make them the superior race, right? And so maybe that's what the Arcane Council wanted, and that's what attracted them to that. And they were like, you know what, if you can make that happen with the Inquest, then we're gonna fund this expedition to Castora, where all this magic is stored and all these, you know, maybe Zin went there or something or whatever, right? And maybe we'll find like, you know, because Zin researched Lenuso was the seer or whatever that he like experimented on and stuff. And so like maybe they were like, hey, you know, maybe this can lead to like seer stuff, and we know how powerful they are, and we can use that to make that make the Asura the most powerful race. But I have a feeling that Vlox has something else in mind. I don't think that is what Vlox is trying to do. He's just using both the Inquest and the Arcane Council to get to whatever he's trying to get to. Whatever he's trying to do, he's using them. by promising them to be, oh yeah, we'll use this power to make these the best things since sliced bread. Like, that's kind of my feeling, that's kind of what I'm getting from that. That's why he doesn't want, like, he doesn't want to have us be seen talking to him, because technically that would kind of like shatter, like that would make the Inquest kind of question, like, if we're trying to be the superior race, like, why are you talking to the Tyrian Alliance and stuff like that, And so he still needs them, and he still has to like use them to achieve that goal that he has, right? So I think what it is I think High Counselor Flax and Counselor Yak are just trying to become, they're just trying to raise the Asura to be the superior. They probably are sick and tired of like the other races kind of interfering, and probably since the creation of the Tyrian Alliance, they're like, you know what, we don't want to rely on other people. We don't want to have to ally with them. We're so superior. We're way smarter than everyone. Like, why would we don't need them. And so that probably was kind of the trigger of funding, like kind of funneling a bunch of the funding into the Inquest and doing that, because they're so like, Asuran superiority over everything, including like morals and things like that, so. PTM revealed some background about Vlogs, tried to warn Council about a dam that was about to collapse but was ignored. Yeah, and that was kind of, yeah, I guess so, right? So why would he be, maybe that event led him to believe only he can fix things? I mean, perhaps, right? I think the, in my review, I don't know if not my review, but in my synopsis that I made a synopsis video, but I think in that video, I said something along the lines of like the red tape or something, maybe something like that. But yeah, he's probably just tired of the red tape, like having to go through all the proper channels in order to do something, right? We get a little bit more of that when we talk to Council Ludo, when we deal with like the Port Authority thing, right? Because she talks about how like, oh yeah, well, in order to like get this Port Authority thing, we have to fill out the proper paperwork and blah 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 blah. And she's just like, yeah, we love our paperwork. Without the proper paperwork, the gate won't activate. And so it's probably like Vlox is a man of action, and he doesn't want to sit there and have to fill out paperwork, and wait for that to go through the proper channels, when, and that's why he admires us so much, because we don't do that. We see a problem, and we as the commander, we go in and we fix that problem. We don't wait for anyone else to give us permission on any of that stuff, right? And that's why that's why he thinks of us as a friend, and why he admires us so much, because he's like, this guy right here, this commander guy, he gets shit done, and he doesn't submit paperwork, and he doesn't have to talk to like any superiors about, is this a good idea, or should I be doing this, or is this in our best interest? Like, we just we just do it because it needs to be done, right? And like, that's what he admires.
Cover me.
But I think that's one of the reasons why he also mentions, like, not just like us in particular, but he says people like you. Again, like I said, people like us that just take action, that just go in and do that. That's why he says, oh, well, you can't trust Isgarin, because Isgarin is not a man of action. Isgarin has looked the other way many, many times, and that's why Vlog says you can't trust Isgarin, because Isgarin won't do what needs to be done. Isgarin is willing to let a bunch of people die or whatever, like he didn't interfere with any of the dragon stuff. He didn't interfere with Joko. He didn't interfere when Balthazar was happening, you know, he's willing to kind of like just keep to himself and whatever, and not act on it, which is like completely against what Vlox wants action, right? Vlox wants like just do stuff, fix the things. We don't need to go through like, oh, and maybe you should do this and maybe you should do that and we have to band together. It's like Vlox just like, you know, just go in and do it, you know? So that's kind of, it's because it used to be like that. It's because Iskarn used to be like that. I'm guessing that's probably right, and like I guess Iskarn had to like take a step back from being like that, right? Like he took that action with Waiting Sorrow. He ascended Waiting Sorrow, and he saved Waiting Sorrow, ascended her to save her, and probably being banished and exiled and cursed by Sidony probably made him think about that, and made him think about his role in the world in general, and probably was like, you know what, I just can't just do whatever anymore because he's scared of the consequences. You know, he's now been banished from his people, the only thing he's ever known, and he knows he's immortal, so now he has to live his entire immortal life, you know, in exile. And that probably made him think like, maybe I shouldn't just be acting on whatever, on, you know, and maybe and maybe I should think about it. But yeah, damn, yeah, just do something to help, damn the consequences. Yeah, and I think and you're right, he used to be like that and now he's not anymore. And I think that's why Vlox is just kind of like, you know, Vlox doesn't necessarily know how Iskarn used to be, but he just knows that Iskarn is not a man of action. Because, you know, all people know, all the people of Tyria know about Iskarn is that he is this magical seer that had concealed himself in the tower for a long time and only started appearing when the cryptas came out to play. And before that, never ever really helped in any shape or form. So, you know, they don't know his history and stuff. So level 13, we're doing pretty good. This hard, there's a waypoint there, there's a waypoint down below too, like further down. I can grab those. Maybe that'll level me up to 14? I don't know. But I want to make my way to Ascalon City after that. Yeah, so it's not going to get me to 14, but it'll get me pretty close. But I do want to journey towards that area of the map. Yeah, I want to go like over here. So I do love this song. This song is really good. Waypoint. Oh, I'm so used to like mounting up. Oh, whatever. Not like this is invalid because of that. I just the whole mounting idea is because, you know, you can mount to get away out of combat and stuff. I don't really want that to be. That's one of the reasons why I don't want that to be part of the challenge. Like, I could technically mount up. I wouldn't be missing anything from doing that right now, but, you know, I figured just to add a little thing to it. I don't like doing this hard. I'm gonna skip doing this. Let's see if Grazden is up. A monk trainer from Guild Wars 1. Let's see if he is on his little island. He's not. Well, dang it. Maybe the guys that triggered are over here. Are ready? Are they ready? Are you guys ready? There they are. Are you guys ready? Are you guys doing it? No? No? No?
That's why I always deliver a death blow while it's still flopping around.
I like mine fresher
You have
than
questions?
that. Pull the hook with the head of my mouth and...
What do you need to know?
I am Priory? Why can't I say that? I am not Priory. That's really weird. I haven't picked that. So with Visions of Endure, we have three characters, Vlogs, Scarn, and the Commander, who share the same philosophy but placed at different spectrums. Vlogs and Scarn are opposite extremes with the Commander in between. Exactly. That's actually a great way of putting that. I actually really like that. That's a great way of putting that. Yeah, and you're exactly right. I agree with you. Yeah. And so it'll be really interesting to kind of see all those clash, right? Because that's what it's going to be. The methodologies of each of those characters is a little different, right? Because like the Commander, like you said, is in the middle. The Commander knows when like it's time for diplomacy and talking about something rather than just bashing in the head, right? And like Askarn is all about just like talking and kind of being reserved and not doing anything, and Vlox just wants action and doesn't care about the consequences. So it'll be really interesting to kind of see those methodologies in the way that they execute that. You know, it's going to be really interesting to see that kind of it'll come to a head, right? Like at some point. So this is part of pre-searing as well. You can come down this road and go. This is the road leading to Ashford Abbey, right? Like you come over this hill here, and technically, so over there would be where the scale are hanging out in the water, and then the actual town of Ashford would be right here, right? So you'd see the houses and stuff like that would be right in front of you, I believe, right? Yeah, it would be, because this is the actual outpost. Yeah, and so this is Ashford. Yeah, even going down here, that's very much Ashford. So yeah, so that's Ashford right there, right in front of us, you know, out there. And then you can come over this hill. You would cross this hill and you'd go to Ascalon City, right? It's really cool. I did this. I remember this so well from the comparison stream that I did, because I remember like walking all around like Ascalon City and kind of showing off exactly where everything is. But yeah, I'm gonna head out in a second. I just want to get to Ascalon City. We're gonna kind of look at Ascalon City for a little bit, and then I'm gonna head out because I'm tired and it's late, and I still want to work on other things. And I need food. I'm hungry. I'm starving. Alright, so this is the Asmatis waypoint. Yeah, so you would come down. Technically, you would follow this path down here. This is the actual road leading into Ascalon City. And then I think was it right here? I'm trying to remember exactly where it was. Was it right here or was it right here? I think it's right here. Hold on. Now that I don't now that I'm not seeing it side by side, it's really hard for me to like remember how everything went. One of oh my god, so much poison. Jesus. One of these two, either this, it might be this right here. This might be the entrance to the actual city. No, it is right here. So this would be... This right here is the actual gate into the city. Correct? And then you have the resurrection shrine here. And you can come down. Really? I'm so confused. Hold on. Let me look at this real quick. Now I'm so confused. Oops. Let me look at this real quick. Oh, okay. I'm looking at it from the wrong perspective. That's right. Yeah. So this is it right here. This is where. Oh no, it's on the other side of this. This is right here. So right here would be the portal into Ascalon City. So it kind of goes this way. This is like Ascalon City. Something like that. So that's Ascalon City in pre-searing. Post-searing is a little bit different, but you go into, so this would be the portal here, you go into it, and then you go up the road. Althea's stage is up there. There's a wall missing, you know, so that kind of helps you out. But you can see the lake is like attached to Ascalon City, but yeah, and you can walk towards the wall here. And going up those stairs, I don't know if it's those exact stairs, I don't know if those align perfectly, but like one of them is like, one of these stairs is where Prince Rurik sits. I don't know if they don't have the actual stairs. I guess it would be like right here, you would go up the stairs, and then at the top of the stairs is Prince Rurik. You can go across the wall there, or you can go like this way. I don't know. Not having it in front of me is like kind of tough, but yeah. So this is kind of like where Ascalon City sat in Guild Wars 1. So like right, you know, Ascalon City Ruins is exactly where it was. I think post-searing lines up better than pre-searing. Pre-searing doesn't line up as well. But yeah, this is pretty much it. So. But yeah, I'm gonna head out here for tonight, just so you guys know. So thank you for everyone who's watching. If you guys want to subscribe to the channel, I have a lot more stuff planned. I'm gonna be doing a bunch of streams. I have a bunch of theory videos coming out. I'm gonna be doing some Guild Wars 1 content, Guild Wars 2 content. I have a new playthrough series planned. We also have a Discord server. If you guys want to hang out on Discord, there's a link down below. You guys can hang out. We talk about whatever, pretty much. Also, memberships and subscriptions are available if you guys want to. Oh, thank you so much for being here. Thank you, thank you. If you guys want to support the channel any further, use my partnered links sponsored by ArenaNet down below. If you guys are new to Guild Wars 2, there's a free-to-play link. I mean, free-to-play, it's free-to-play anyways, but using my link gets me credit for that. Also, if you're buying any expansions or buying anything in the Guild Wars store or whatever, make sure to use that link down below. And yeah, if you guys want to become members, like I said earlier, I'm trying to do more members only content. I'm going to be doing a bunch more shorts for members only on YouTube, things like that. So I appreciate it. So thank you, I Love Dinosaurs, for being here. And we had Santi Coltis here. We had Mishking here. We probably had a bunch of other people in the background, so I appreciate you guys being here. And yeah, I'll be back tomorrow night, probably around the same time, to do some Guild Wars 1. So we're going to be hanging out and pre-searing Guild Wars 1. And I'm just going to level my character. We're going to kind of talk about Reforged, get hyped for it. Maybe there's an announcement. Maybe they have an announcement for something tomorrow, so we can discuss that as well. And yeah, so, and I will see you guys then. All right, bye.